Okay, folks, we've got a green light. We'll go to work. Well, good evening, everybody. It is October 1st, 2024, and this is the City Council meeting for the City of Edina. It is 7:03 p.m., and as Director Braemar indicated, we've been handling these meetings since COVID on a hybrid sort of basis. Folks can watch and listen remotely and call in to participate in different aspects of the meeting. Tonight, community comment is one point in which they could provide information to us on any item that's not on the agenda this evening or scheduled for a future public hearing. And then, as Director Braemar mentioned, we've got, I think, about 12 public hearing matters that we need to take care of this evening as well. And so there'll be abundant opportunity for those that have interest in being able to testify on some of those matters. So, having provided that information, I think we will next call the meeting to order, and I'll ask Sharon Allison, our clerk, to call the roll.
Councilmember Jackson. Here. Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
Councilmember Risser. Here. Mayor Hovland.
Here.
And Councilmember Agnew is absent.
All right, very good. Pledge of Allegiance is next, folks. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we have a meeting agenda in front of us. Is there anyone that wishes to remove or modify the meeting agenda in any form or fashion? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as shown?
So moved.
Second.
Get a motion and second to approve the meeting agenda as shown. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the meeting agenda say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The meeting agenda is approved. And next we are at community comment, and we're going to take folks in the audience first that wish to address the council on a matter of concern to them, and then we'll go to the virtual world to see if any of our fellow residents wish to address the council. And so let's now go to community comment. Reminder, you'll have 3 minutes. You'll get a yellow light. You'll have 30 seconds to go. Please be mindful of the time involved, and we treat everybody the same here as best we can. And when the red light goes on, try to wrap up your comments. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Welcome. Mayor, council members, my name is Ralph Sickert. I live at 4311 Cornelia Circle. Transparency and accountability. Two things I believe the city staff and you, the council, owe to residents. And when a fair and reasonable question is asked regarding millions of dollars of city spending, it's my expectation that a clear, complete, and timely answer be provided. An answer, not a reply. During the August 20th council meeting, I noted that staff's presentations were clear that without TIF, the Macy's site developer was unable to achieve their desired rate of return. However, what was not clear and was not shared was just what that rate of return the developer required. Therefore, it was unclear whether additional funding beyond Edina's offer of $23 million would be needed to make this a viable project, which in turn leads to the question, was additional funding, TIF or otherwise, needed to close that potential gap? It struck me as a particularly important issue. There were two other TIF districts on France, one being an empty fenced lot at 7200, another an empty hole at 7250. Some 5 years after their TIF district approval. Therefore, at that August meeting, I asked, does the $23 million of TIF close the developer's entire shortfall of funding? And if not, how much more funding is needed? To which Mr. Neal posted a word salad reply on responses to public comment, saying no gap existed. Following Mr. Neal's reply, I once again came before the council on September 3rd and pointed out that not only did his posting not answer my question, what he had posted was in direct conflict with his email response to Member Risser, a response which was CC'd to the entire council. Mr. Neal's email clearly noted that the developer absolutely, positively needed additional funding beyond Edina's $23 million of TIF. But his reply to Member Risser lacked the completeness of including any estimate of just how much that amount might be, which was the crux of my question. Using the numbers from Mr. Neal's email, the developer is at least $35 million short, and it would be even more if a realistic market numbers were used. Therefore, like the two dead-in-the-water TIF districts, it would seem the Macy site developer might not be able to proceed. If you take at face value what city staff knows but has failed to share with residents. Hopefully this time it won't take Mr. Neal 14 months to acknowledge the issue and share a more realistic number supported by data. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zuckert. Good evening.
Director, good evening.
Yes, you can, and you can have a handheld microphone if you want to work off of your overhead.
Thank you. Thanks, and good evening. My name is Sarah Rodermaker. I live on Concord Avenue, south of Valley View, on what current sidewalk maintenance documents define as an active route to school. I'm here tonight to ask that City Council revisit our neighborhood's maintenance petition so that residents don't incur further financial damage and so that pedestrians have a safe path to walk on. It's been almost 6 months since staff asked that the council forestall its vote on our maintenance petition. Having heard that snow is expected in October, I obtained a quote from a local company that it would cost my family approximately $900 to $1,400 a year to shovel the city's sidewalk. It was disconcerting to think that we could be expected to pay this amount year over year, on top of the large $13,400 assessment amount, in addition to the other impositions and concerns that the sidewalk, boulevard, and very narrowed road width have caused, and despite the numerous comments made by city staff and city council in support of a pathway that connects the broader community with area schools and parks. Yesterday, I discovered I didn't receive a positive response from management on that request, but I made a data request of my own and discovered yesterday that the city has, in fact, been kicking around a formal policy since 2018, and this is the document discussed during a working session in 2018. From what I can tell, according to this draft, the current practice is for the city to maintain active school routes, which is defined to include an Edina School District walk boundary of 0.7 miles within an elementary school and 1 mile within a middle school. Every house on the 2 blocks of Concord Avenue at issue is within an active school route. Staff never mentioned this current practice previously. In contrast, it told City Council on December 11th that having Concord Avenue residents maintain its sidewalk would be consistent with current policy. How is either possible? In reviewing the underlying guidance documents that staff referenced throughout this process in obtaining approval, I also discovered that the PACS revenue has in fact been authorized for the maintenance of the city's non-motorized transportation networks. There are numerous references to the city's maintenance of the twin loop pathways, most notably to provide for safe walking. Resident engagement is reiterated throughout as being paramount. Why haven't we been informed of these facts to date either? To make good on the city's commitment to safe and accessible pedestrian pathways and negate the material hardships otherwise imposed on residents without due process, I'm asking that City Council act on residents' petition in the near future use its authority and knowledge of these facts, and direct that staff plan for maintaining the 2 blocks of Concord Avenue that connect pedestrians to their local schools and parks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rademacher. I think we'll be taking it up later tonight, but I hope you'll be at home in bed by then when we take up the topic tonight. Thank you.
I guess I'll add to that.
Would you give us your name again, please?
Oh, hi, my name's Ryan Geffrick. I grew up at 5234 Richwood Drive, just by the library over there. I currently live right off of France in Edina, so Minneapolis, right on the border. And I wanted to come talk about bike safety. I know I've seen you guys discuss the bike safety around Edina, and I saw that, we've built a few larger sidewalks over here, and I've biked around Edina a bunch. I have a lot of family that lives here. And I would like to start my time asking how many of you guys actually bike Edina often? Like a raise of hands in the room. And I was going to ask, how safe do you feel biking Edina currently? Is there spots that you feel safe? Is there spots you feel unsafe?
Mr. Geffert, would you address your comments to the council, please?
Yes, I can. I was just trying to make sure the room's
thank you.
engaged. The big thing I had was, and I've seen from your guys' comments, is there is an increase of students, kids, people my age, people older, all on bikes, especially this summer. This includes e-bikes. And I've seen some concerns about helmets, speed, pedestrians, bikes on sidewalks. And the one thing I was concerned about with the comments that I've seen the council make is that there was no comments about improving the bike safety in the bike lanes we currently have in Edina. This includes Gleason, this includes Vernon, this includes even Tracy going up to the middle school and high school. There is no bike lane besides a painted line. And I feel like even for my safety, I'm comfortable, but if I was a new biker or if I was someone who was a middle schooler, I wouldn't feel safe biking there. And I came because I know you guys talked about helmets, and I agree with all of those points, and I agree we should get fast bikes, including me, off the sidewalks. But I just don't feel like there's a good spot for us if we're either in a lane of traffic or on a sidewalk, getting in front of pedestrians. And I felt like none of the comments that we've had so far were discussing just quick ways to improve our bike safety on some of those busier streets. That's all I had. Thank you, guys.
No, thanks for that. Thanks for coming over to express that thought. I appreciate it. Talk about that a little bit later, too. Anyone else in the audience? Okay. Let's check in with Director Benroth, see if we have anybody online that wants to visit with us. Okay. I don't know if you wanted to address any of Mr. Geffert's comments. Director Milner, we've got this steady methodology that we've been employing of trying to take this fully developed town and make it safe for bicycling, and it's got its challenges, no question about that.
It does, yeah. So I think we can respond in our normal process and have some answers by the end of the week on the website, and Manager Neal will address them next time.
He just came back in, though, so why don't you go ahead and give your...
Well, we're always looking to improve bike facilities with our street reconstruction is really our main focus, so we do about 3 miles a year. You can always submit a traffic safety request if there's a specific location there's concerns, because we've added markings and lights and flashers and stuff like that. So we would just engage with that person to submit some more comments, and we can look at specific areas.
All right, thanks for that. So, Mr. Geffert, when you came back in now, if you have specific concerns about specific streets, just write to Mr. Milner at the engineering department at care of City Hall. I think you can get on the website and you go to Edina Mail, and they'll try to answer your questions and show you some of the other things that we're working on a deliberate sort of basis to improve non-motorized movements and the safety of non-motorized movements.
Yeah, I just expect more kids to be out next summer. Friends who are younger get an electric bike and get everywhere. It's a great opportunity for young people to be able to get places without having a car or even being 16. Getting out and having that freedom of biking around.
We don't disagree with you. Okay, let's look at some of the other Ms. Rademacher's issue about the maintenance of this new sidewalk on Concord Avenue south of Valley View. I think we'll talk about that later.
Well, I can offer, we promised to come back to the council to have that discussion this year. We had a work session scheduled in the summer, but a different topic had higher priority, and we're still going to come back to the council and have that discussion this year.
No, I think what I think was implicit in what she was saying was that they've got to make some decisions over there about plowing services if we're not going to maintain those 2 blocks. And so if we have that work session sooner rather than later before the snow flies or before they have to make a decision, that would be important.
We will.
We will have that work session? Okay, very good. All right. And Mr. Zickert, I think that will maintain the usual sort of policy with his comments, and that is that by Friday of this week, you'll have some comments online, and then you, as is our practice, you will supplement those comments that you made online tonight with respect to comments that were made at the prior meeting. And so if you have anything you want to add, we'll move to you now to see if you want to add anything with regard to comments made at the prior council meeting.
We did not have any community comment at our previous council meeting.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if we could go back to, for a second, the issue on plowing the sidewalks. So we are going to have the working session. You mentioned that in time. I think just to be specific, are we going to be making a decision in that working session to address the issue?
It depends on the scale of the issue that you want to take on that night,
Okay.
right? If your question to us is, you want the city to begin removing snow and ice from all residential sidewalks everywhere in the city, we won't be ready to talk about that in 2 weeks.
Okay.
But if there's a more specific kind of definitional issue that you want to take a look at in really going back to the October 16th, 2018 council work session, where was the last time we had a kind of a broad policy discussion with the council on this, we'll bring that back to you and you can take a look at that.
Okay.
No, not a public hearing. Just council discussion. So, Member Risser.
I myself am confused by what I've heard, because I initially heard that we would be making a decision before the snow started to fall and they would have an answer, and now I'm completely confused as to whether that's going to happen or not.
Yeah, so what I heard you say was when are we going to have the work session?
Probably on the 15th or the 6th of November, one of those 2 dates.
Okay. Well, do you want to hear any sentiment from council members tonight about?
Sure. I mean, we haven't really shared with you the stuff from October of 2018. I think it would be helpful for you to see that. We really went into quite a lot of detail and study about what that might be like for the city, what would be involved for the city to take on a larger, sometimes a much larger role.
Yeah, I think that's a good issue to address at a work session, is the broadness of something. But with respect to this particular issue, it's more specific in nature, ties into that safe routes to school, active routes to school. Anyway, I think there's some distinctions that could be made that would allow us to potentially act earlier rather than later on that request, that we maintain that 2 blocks of sidewalk, just like we do north of Valley View on Concord. And then it also connects to the trail system to the park. So I think there's some pretty good arguments about why we ought to keep the guy who's doing it north of Valley View on Concord going south for 2 blocks. Spend that extra 10 minutes doing that. So anyway.
And if I could, and then my question is, I think it's really a simple question. So I think it makes sense for us to have all the detail. I mean, the staff has gone through and done the work. We should see the outcome of that work. I am just making sure that when we do that in a working session, are we able to take a decision in a working session? Because
not in the working session, but you could later in the council meeting that night.
Okay, all right,
So just an hour or two later.
yeah,
I would,
okay.
I would be in favor of sooner the better, so I would be in favor of the 15th of October, so that, just in case we'd hit a snowstorm on Halloween like we've had before, that we've already made that decision, one way or the other. Marissa?
I would agree, and I do want to add that we put in new sidewalk along 64th on the south side, so that has to be maintained by the city. And so what we're talking about is 2 blocks of sidewalk that, if left unmanaged by the city, really kind of creates, it's sort of like breaking a loop, and it doesn't make much sense to me. So I see the logic, actually, of even trying to resolve this. I don't know if it would make sense to, well, definitely I want to do it sooner rather than later, and I don't know if there'd be an opportunity to take care of it tonight.
Yeah, I think we should probably wait till the 15th of October and hear the presentation and make a decision that night.
I think that makes sense. I just want to make sure that we get access to the data and we can make a decision. And if we can do that on the 15th of October, I'm fine with that. I just don't want to have a working session and then wait for a later council meeting to take a decision. And then I also, Manager Neal, understand your point of the broader view. I don't know that we'd be in a position to make a decision citywide on that, because I think that for sure would have budget implications as well. Major, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Implications, so. All right. We've got a consent agenda in front of us here with numerous items on it. Director Miller would like to remove item 6.7 for a separate discussion. Are any other council members desirous of removing any other items from the consent agenda? Member Risser?
Also from 6.7, item B2 from the traffic report.
Well, I'll pull 6.7 for you and for Director Miller, and then you can handle that as a subset of that. All right, then with the exception of item 6.7, is there a motion to adopt the items on the consent agenda in a single motion?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the items on the consent agenda with the exception of item 6.7, which will be handled separately. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion carries, and all the items on the consent agenda are adopted, except for item 6.7, which we will turn to now. And let's go to Director Milner first. That may help Member Risser too, although I'd noticed you guys had a little sidebar before the meeting. So you would want him to go first, or you want to go first?
It does not matter to me.
Director Milner?
We request that you remove item A1 from the traffic safety report. We have some residents and parishioners that would like to discuss the item with us before you make final approval of that item. So if you could remove it from the report, table it, staff will bring it back on a future report after we have that opportunity to discuss their concerns on that item.
Very good. All right, and then Member Risser.
Yes, and if Director Milner could provide a little more information. What we're talking about is item B2, which is action to do traffic calming along Blake Road. And the recommendation is to consider targeted speed enforcement from 4 to 6 p.m., but also consider this site for a future dynamic display speed sign. And my question is, what would the time line look like for that? And I understand we're developing policy for these, so if you could just sort of speak to that, that would be helpful.
Yes, thanks. Member Risser, a dynamic display speed sign is a permanent sign. We have 2 of them for sure in Edina, 1 on Tracy, 1 on Blake, actually 3. We have 1 on Tracy, we have 1 on Interlochen, and 1 on 70th Street. So when you're driving, it shows you the speed limit above, but it has a display sign that shows you your speed. So that can inform the drivers that you're going way too fast, and it's a dynamic display. We're developing a policy right now to determine what kind of metrics and warrants, similar to a traffic signal, that we should consider putting those in. So that policy is in development right now. We would come back to this item after that analysis is done and the policy is written to see if this specific location warrants one of those. It's something that would be installed during the summer, so we have this winter season to develop the policy and then see if this warrants that installation along Blake Road.
Thank you.
Director Milner, with respect to the removal of item A1, did you want that set for a definitive future time, or?
We'll bring it back when we get the opportunity to meet with the residents and we have a time to adjust it. So just table it, and staff will bring it back on a future report, traffic safety report.
Is there a motion to table subsection A1 of the traffic safety report?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the tabling of sub-item 6A1 from the traffic safety report of August 27, 2024. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Item A1 is tabled indefinitely, and Director Milner will bring it back. Is there a motion then to adopt the traffic safety report of August 27, 2024, with the exclusion of item A1?
So moved.
Second.
Member Risser moves, Member Jackson seconds the adoption of the traffic safety report of August 27, 2024, absent the sub-item A1. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The traffic safety report of August 27, 2024 is adopted with the exception of item A1, which is tabled indefinitely. All right, then let's go to the next portion of the agenda beyond the consent agenda, and that is special recognitions and presentations. And we have with us this evening the Edina Chamber of Commerce, Explore Edina Group. Manager Neal is going to introduce the topic, and we're going to hear the annual report for Explore Edina.
Good evening.
We welcome Shelley Loberg.
Good evening, members of council. Mr. Mayor, I want to introduce Shelley Loberg. Shelley is the president of the Chamber of Commerce and also Explore Edina. Explore Edina is the city's Convention and Visitors Bureau under state law. And when we collect a lodging tax, a local lodging tax, there is a protocol through which the city can create a Convention and Visitors Bureau, which we did probably 12 years ago, maybe more. But part of that process that we have, this agreement between the city and the Chamber of Commerce, is that we get an annual presentation from the Chamber to talk about Explore Edina, how much revenue has been collected, what has been done with the revenue, and maybe what's coming up in the year ahead. Ms. Loberg.
Thank you, Scott. Good evening, council members, Mayor Hovland. Happy to be here tonight. Again, my name is Shelley Loberg. I'm the president of the Edina Chamber of Commerce, and we host Explore Edina. Our office resides at 7201 Metro Boulevard. We are in the new E building, enjoying our space there. I'm just going to go through my presentation. Feel free to stop me at any time if you have questions, but then I'll take questions at the end as well. Explore Edina's mission is to attract regional, national, and international visitors to Edina. We want to create positive promotion for our tourism assets here in Edina. That includes city-owned attractions and our shopping and hospitality partners in our hotels. This is an operational expense breakdown. So for 2023, over on the far right column, you can see our holistic 12-month income, and the expenses right below. Our staffing comes in at about 24% of that income, and then also rent at 3%, and we have about 12 months of operating cash in reserve at this time. Explore, this is just an overview of Explore Edina's marketing programs and assets. So we have a website, exploreedina.com, and we also have a destination guide. Since the pandemic, it has largely been in digital form and downloadable on our website. However, we did print some this year for distribution at some of our larger events in the community. We have social channels. Our active channels are Facebook and Instagram. We do event sponsorship and support, particularly for events that we feel draw in visitors from outside the community. We do local venue advertising in some of our city-owned attractions, including Braemar Arena and Braemar Golf Course. We do print media buys, digital media buys, which are local and regional, local media placements on television to promote different events and goings on in the community. And we normally produce a signature event with our retail community called Style Edina. We are not doing that in 2024 due to the fact that we are shifting it from fall to spring. Fall has gotten to be extremely congested with fashion events in the Twin Cities. We've built a really great following with the event, and so we've been communicating with our customers about that change, and then also finding other ways in programming and events during the year to activate our Style Edina sponsors and participants. We do also have a partnership with a company called Datafy, and that's just, we have digital polygons all around the community around areas of interest, including our hotel properties, our downtown area, and our attractions. And when there are events or things that we sponsor, we like to go back and look at the digital data from those things. We can look at economic impact. There's a partnership with MasterCard, so we can look at spending data, but more importantly, we can see where people are coming from, so that when we make media buys again the following year, we can go back and refer to that data to make sure that our markets are in alignment. This is just a snapshot of our social media channels, our Facebook and our Instagram. We've had a really lovely increase in following on our Instagram since the beginning of the year. And due to some new technology in Instagram, really collaborative posts and collaborations, we have more content and more engagement. Local event sponsorship and support is really important for the Visitor Bureau. This is just a list of current year-to-date events that we have sponsored with cash at varying levels. The Westin Edina Galleria does a winter installment that starts in December and goes largely through February, called Winter Village. We enjoy sponsoring that and promoting that. We are a sponsor of the Edina Art Fair at 50th and France, the annual 4th of July festivities and fireworks, the 9 Mile Creek bike event. This was a new event put on by the Morningside Rotary Club to promote wellness in our community, and we loved that they were taking advantage of promoting the 9 Mile Creek bike trail. We also promoted and supported the Lighthouse Night and Torchlight Concert, which is an annual event at Centennial Lakes Park, the Edina Fall into the Arts Festival. The Chamber of Commerce acts as the administrator, or the contracted administrator with the Edina Crime Prevention Fund. So we plan and execute that event from an administration standpoint. Then the Visitor Bureau acts as the marketer for that event. And then we recently sponsored the Edina Car Show, which is also a noon Rotary sponsored event at 50th and France, and that is a growing event for tourism as well. At this time, that total is about $118,000 in support. Recently, we've developed a marketing grant application. We had a unique situation with the 50th and France Business Association, was having a lot of impact from construction projects over the summer, as I'm sure you've heard about. And one of the uses of lodging tax, or the main use of lodging tax, is to market the community. And we know that our downtown area, 50th and France, is a shopping and dining destination in an important area of our city. So they came to us to talk about what kind of support we could provide. We developed an application to make sure that any expenditures would align with the state statute on lodging tax spending. And we feel that this program can be developed to support other stakeholders moving forward in the community and when they're in times of crisis. And that makes us a great community partner. Going backwards instead of forwards. This is just an example of what some of our print ads look like. Our print ad partners this year are MSP Magazine, Madison Magazine, the Vikings and Minnesota Wild official programs, Edina Magazine, the Sun Current, and the Star Tribune. We do a large insert promoting the art festival that goes to the entire circulation. Our digital marketing overview is targeted email sends. These are both demographically and geographically specific, as well as that also relates to our online content marketing. Content marketing are developed articles that talk about how to experience our community in different ways. It's a great way to feature our lodging properties and lots of different retailers and business owners in the community. And then we can repurpose that content both on our website and social media. We do paid ads on Facebook and Instagram. We do graphic ads, and then we also have social media influencer partnerships. Media appearances here in the local Minneapolis-St. Paul market are also an important way to promote the community of Edina and keep us in the news. One of our main partners is Jody Mayers and Style Partners, and that is who executes and produces our Style Edina event. And so we've had 7 TV segments so far in 2024 at various stations promoting Edina, KARE 11, Twin Cities Live, WCCO, and KSTP. And actually, one of the recent appearances that I did on KSTP was due to a press release that the communications department here released. So we're grateful for city support on that too. The Style Edina date for spring 2025 is May 18th. That will again take place at the Westin. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you each year, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, thank you. Questions for Director Loberg? Yes. Member Jackson.
Thank you. Well, thank you for the presentation.
My pleasure.
And yeah, thanks for promoting our business districts. It's wonderful. So 2 questions. One is there was recently a press release about St. Louis Park and Golden Valley merging their Explore
I saw that.
things. Have we ever... It sounded like they were kind of focused. Have we ever done any kind of strategic planning similar to that? I mean, we don't partner with another community, but do you generally do a review of sort of saying this is what Edina means for businesses, especially shopping and retail?
Yeah, I think, having Explore Edina visible within the Chamber of Commerce and consistently partnering with our Rotary clubs and our city are important visibility. In terms of that specific partnership that you just mentioned, the St. Louis Park Visitor Bureau has actually been collecting lodging tax from Golden Valley and cross-promoting them for several years. The new development is that they have a brand name for that now that they're going to call Westopolis. And so, that's a partnership that's actually been going on for maybe 5 to 6 years already. We try to stay active with other community partners because in the Twin Cities, because when a visitor comes, they don't know when they're going from one community to another. But obviously our priority is to promote the city of Edina.
Okay, great. And so that segues into my next question is we've got these 2 regional parks that are being developed.
Yeah.
Do you have a plan for attracting hockey tournament families to come shop in Edina? And similarly, when people come to Fred Richards Park for the nature experience, is there a way, hey, let's go get a picnic, we're hungry, let's go eat, or what kind of outdoor activity, clothing do we want to buy when we're in Edina?
Yeah.
So do you have a plan for that going forward?
That's a great question, Carolyn, and I do think that continuing to expand how we promote outdoor activities as those attractions become developed will be super important, and we'll definitely do that. That may look different than the media plan that was just presented to you because we'll want to meet with media outlets that focus on those activities.
Okay, great. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Other council members? Member Risser?
I like looking at the website and just seeing what is up there, and then I start thinking, why isn't the farmers market up there? Or why isn't, and maybe it's up there sometimes, but I just sort of, how do you pick what ends up on it?
So on the website, think of the website as big picture. So stay, shop, dine, play, broad. And then Things like the farmers market are a recurring event, so we promote the farmers market largely on social media. And actually, we do that in our chamber communications as well, because the city is a chamber member, and we always like to promote the city's activities.
So just if I don't see it on the website, doesn't mean it's not being promoted.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, one of the important comments I thought you made tonight was the work that you were doing with 50th and France with E-line construction and the construction we had up here this summer. It was really difficult for those small businesses down at 50th
60
and
to
France.
70% impact decreases on revenue year over year is what I was hearing.
And when we inquired of the Met Council, where was your impact fund, they said they didn't have impact
Right.
funds. So we have an impact fund.
Yes, we do.
But, you know, and we know that we have some statutory limitations under Minnesota law about how we can use it to promote Edina, but it seems like there are many good ways to promote Edina at 50th and France, because that's kind of our old town.
It absolutely is. It's an amazing asset. Not every community has that, and we want to embrace it and lift it up when it's experiencing difficulties. So Rebecca Sorensen and I meet regularly. We have a great relationship. We love to partner. One of the things that she shared with me that's really positively impactful are some of the reels and creative things that they're doing on social media, but they are costly for them to produce, and so that's one of the things that we're helping with.
And let's not forget that this week is Restaurant Week at 50th
Yes, it
and
is.
France.
Yes.
Starting on the 3rd, I think.
Yes, it is. We just started promoting that today. In fact, I think there's deals every day, Mayor, so you should be eating out at 50th and France this week with your lovely wife.
There you
It
go.
actually ends on the 3rd, right? It started Sunday and it goes through Thursday?
I believe it's the whole week, yeah.
Yeah.
Because yesterday was Pura Lima's deal, or they were being featured. $35, you can feed 2 people.
All right, all right. And you've got some of your board members with you, I noticed.
I
in the
do,
background.
yes.
You
I'm
wanna
super grateful to
have
have
folks on the board stand up and thank you for your good work, please.
Paul Moody and Mark Jessen and our current chair, Heidi Stenson.
Yeah. Thank you for being here this evening. Any other questions for President Loberg? Okay. All right. Thanks for being here this evening.
Thank you, my pleasure.
All right, we're going to move now to the public hearing portion of the agenda. That was the Explore Edina report was the only report or item on the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. So let's turn to public hearings. And the first public hearing we have tonight is the potential certification of some delinquent utilities. And Pa Tao, our finance director, has this matter. Will give us the introduction on these delinquent utilities, and then we will open it up for public testimony and make some decisions here at the council level.
Good evening, Mayor and Council Member. I am going to pull up my presentation and then we'll get started. All right, so a little bit about what is the utility certification process. So we certify any utility accounts with balances over $50 and has been delinquent for 30 days or longer. Residents, of course, or account holders are notified in writing of the pending certification as well as the date of tonight's hearing. We sent letters out on September 3rd of this year. After tonight, then a $35 administrative fee will be added to these delinquent accounts if not paid. And then residents or customers will then have until November 22nd to make any payment on these overdue balances. So for tonight, we have a delinquent list and we also have a resolution for council to approve at the end of the public hearing, which we will then send to the county for certification on November 22nd. Of course, with this, we will also certify amounts. The county will then also certify the amounts with an interest rate of 6.5%, and these are all one-year certifications. A little history on since 2018, where utility certifications starts off, and at the beginning of September, where we send out the letters through to the public hearing night in October, and then the final certification. With this being said, for 2024, we started off in September by sending out 1,113 letters with an amount of $788 19,269 delinquent balances in utilities. Since then, the amount has gone down to 544 accounts with balance of 488,798. I do expect that this number will come down before the November certification to county. So today is the public hearing, and then after public hearing, I'm asking the adoption of the resolution 2474, certifying this year's delinquent utility bills to the county auditor for collection with the 25 property taxes.
Mr. Mayor, can I add one thing?
Yes, Manager Neal.
Thank you. We're on as you know, we have a number of different public hearings tonight. It's customary for you to see these public hearings, conduct the hearing, and then take an action on a following week. And I think we will have a couple of those, but most of these are actions that we're asking you to take tonight just because of the time frames involved.
Yep, understood.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Director Tao? Any other comments, Director?
No other comments.
Okay. All right, stand by. We're going to open this matter up for public testimony. So let me open it up for public testimony. Ask if anyone in the audience wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter. Seeing no one coming forward, hearing nothing, let's turn to the virtual world here, see if we got anybody online that wants to testify.
I do not have any residents on at this point. However, because there is a slight delay in the broadcast, I would recommend we wait 1 minute before moving on. My clock shows that it's 7:47, so I will come back to you when we have a caller, or 7:48, whichever's first.
Very good, thank you.
It is now 7:48, and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with the matter.
Thank you, Director Benarat. Turning to the council, is there a motion to close the public hearing in this matter involving Resolution 2024-74?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the closure of the public hearing with regard to Resolution 2024-74. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Public hearing in this matter involving Resolution 2024-74 is closed. And the staff is recommending we adopt Resolution 2024-74, certifying this year's delinquent utility bills to the county auditor for collection with the 2025 property taxes. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the motion as stated involving Resolution 2024-74. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2024-74, certifying this year's delinquent utility bills to the county auditor for collection with the 2025 property taxes, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. That motion is adopted. Let's move now to the next matter we have before us from a public hearing standpoint, and that is the weed mowing special assessment. And Tom Swenson, our Assistant Director of Parks and Natural Resources, has this matter. Am I still the Chief Weed Inspector?
You are.
Okay.
Sure.
Just checking.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. Tonight is the weed assessment improvement. Except for the period of May 1st to June 15th of each spring, weeds must be maintained and lawns must be maintained at 12 inches in height or less. Noxious weeds that are defined by the state must be eradicated. When the weeds exceed 12 inches in height, we attempt to reach out to the property owner and send a certified letter. They have 10 days to comply. If the lawn does not come into compliance, city staff will maintain the property and then charge through the assessment process for the correction. This year we have 9 different properties that were affected. This is a list of the addresses and the dollar amounts. And a little unusual tonight is we did have the address at 6332 drop off a letter objecting here at 6 p.m. just before the council meeting. And that person, I don't know if they came back to attend the meeting, but they had a lot of health issues. They had various things going on in their life that kept them from maintaining the property. And at a staff level, sometimes we'll have discussions with people. Our goal is just to get them to correct the problem and do the right thing moving forward, not necessarily penalize them for when they trip up or get behind. So my recommendation, or staff's recommendation, would be to assess 8 properties instead of 9 that this shows, and exclude the 6332 Ryan Avenue address from the assessment roll.
So which one are you dropping?
6332 Ryan Avenue.
Okay.
So the second one from the bottom.
Questions for Mr. Swenson? All right. Yes, go ahead. Member Jackson.
Yes, so Mr. Swenson, does this only apply to single-family residences, or does it apply to commercial properties at all?
This is the residential properties.
Okay, great, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Swenson? All right. Stand by, Mr. Swenson. I'm going to open this up for public testimony. See if anybody wishes to testify regarding this matter of the proposed special assessment. So, does anyone in the audience wish to come forward and testify with regard to this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, hearing nothing, let's turn now to Director Benarott, see if we have anybody tuning in that wishes to address the council on this proposed special assessment levy for weed mowing.
I have a consultant on the line now for later in the meeting, but still no residents. Again, because there's that delay in the broadcast, I'd recommend we wait a minute before moving on. My clock shows that it's 7:52, so I will come back to you at 7:53 or when I have a caller, whichever's first. It's now been a minute and I still don't have a caller, so I would recommend you move forward with the matter.
Thank you, Director Benarott. Is there a motion from any council member to close the public hearing with regard to the proposed weed mowing special assessment?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the closing of the public hearing with respect to the proposed weed mowing special assessment. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The hearing with regard to the proposed weed mowing special assessment is closed. Staff is recommending that we approve Resolution 2024-67, which is the weed mowing special assessment improvement number WD-24 for the 8 properties identified by staff. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the motion as stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2024-67 with regard to the weed mowing special assessment improvement number WD-24 for the 8 properties identified by staff is adopted. Next public hearing matter with regard to a proposed special assessment, Mr. Swenson has this one as well.
Okay, this one's very similar. This is trees instead of weeds. So this assessment related to controlling diseased trees and their spread in Edina, and also controlling trees that have public safety issues. Different from the previous one, they get noticed by registered mail, and they have 31 days to comply because it takes longer to coordinate that. Homeowners have the option to hire their own service and remove them after receiving the notice. Usually we have a discussion with the homeowners after they receive notice to make sure that they can find reliable contractors and get the work done. This year we had only one property that needed to have a tree removed that the city handled the invoicing on, and they requested that the city line up the contractors and assess them for the full amount of this one tree. We break the payments out over a number of years depending on the size of the assessment. And this year, this is the one tree for $3,800, so it's a 5-year assessment. And with that, staff requests that this one.
Any questions for Mr. Swenson from council members? Let's open up this matter for public testimony with regard to the proposed tree removal special assessment for the single property on Mirror Lakes Drive. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter? Seeing no one coming forward, hearing nothing, Director Benarott.
I have a caller. Caller, if you would like to speak on this public hearing item, please press *3 on your telephone keypad. That will signal that you would like to speak on this public hearing matter. Again, that's *3, the asterisk symbol, then the number 3. We'll wait just a minute here to see if there's any signaling or any additional callers. I would recommend, no matter what, we wait that 1 minute. Sure. For other callers. I am willing it to happen. I don't think it's going to happen for this public hearing. I think it's safe for you to move forward. Oh, no, I am wrong. I have a signal. All right, caller, please go ahead by stating your full name and address to begin your remarks. Go ahead, caller.
We can hear you if you can.
I was calling 7845. I was calling from Morningside.
Hey, caller, will you mute your telephone or your television or whatever you're listening on so there's not that echo, and then begin your remarks? Oh, the caller hung up. All right, if you're still there, caller, go ahead. Go ahead, caller.
Caller, go ahead. We can hear you.
All right, can you hear us now?
Hello.
I mean, he's clearly unmuted, or she.
Yeah, what's that mute signal on the bottom? Can you unmute him?
That's my computer.
Okay.
I think you should just move forward. I'm not sure what's happening.
Maybe they're just, maybe they can call back in. Hard to know whether to move forward, or maybe we should just hold that one open for a few minutes in case that's the one they wanted to talk to us about. Hard to know.
The line's open. It's definitely not.
Okay.
Got a lot more of these to go, though.
Nobody's calling back in?
I showed that the person has called back in. The line is unmuted, but we're not getting anything.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion to close the public hearing with regard to the tree removal special assessment?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
Second.
Member Pierce seconds the closure of the public hearing with regard to the proposed tree removal special assessment on the property at Mirror Lakes Drive. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing on this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then staff is recommending we approve resolution 2024-68, which is the tree removal special assessment embodied in improvement TR24, which is the property located on Mirror Lakes Drive. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves.
Second.
Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the resolution 2024-68, which is the tree removal special assessment embodied in improvement TR24 on the property on Mirror Lakes Drive. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion's adopted. The tree removal special assessment is in place. Next matter, our Water Resources Manager. Thank you, Mr. Swenson. Thanks for being with us. Jessica Wilson has this matter, which is a proposed aquatic vegetation special assessment.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. So this is the Annual Aquatic Vegetation Improvement, AQ24, Resolution 2024-66. I'll run through these quickly. A little bit of background. This is a city-coordinated aquatic vegetation management service. These are services that are requested by residents. It's not required or endorsed by the city or the DNR. And it's guided by the Lake and Pond Management Policy of the Water Resources Management Plan. And the city pays for algae treatments in eligible water bodies. So for Arrowhead Lake, the properties shown in green are those that are included in that assessment district, essentially. Arrowhead Lake Association was incorporated in September 2015, although they've been organized for a lot longer than that. And these are all the items that are included in those 2023 lake services that get assessed in 2024. Indian Head Lake, similar story. Those green properties are the ones that are included in that assessment district. They also formally incorporated in 2016, although they've been organized for decades. And this is a list of those services that they have. Vegetation control, they have a aeration system that's operated. They augment lake levels with a private well. This is Lake Nancy, and the services there are submerged aquatic control, submerged aquatic plant control, and algae control. They were incorporated in 2016. And then Mill Pond, this one has a tiered assessment. Those that are upstream of the pond, that's more shallow. It's trickier to get the harvester in those areas, pay 2/3 REU. And then a few properties across the street from the pond, so they don't have shoreline. Those ones have a 1/3 REU. And there's those 5 harvesting visits that occurred in 2023. That was the first year that they went from 3 cuttings to 5 cuttings, so there's an increase there. And then also the Browndale ramp repair is something that was cost shared 50-50 with the city and is going to be assessed over a 2-year period. So this Mill Pond Association was incorporated in 2022. And then a little bit of background on that Browndale access ramp replacement. Here's the 2021 before photos, the spring 2024 after photos. and it was split 50-50 with the city. The Pond Association approved that improvement in fall of 2023. There's approximately half included in this assessment, and the other partial payment will be included in next year's assessment. So my recommendation would be to adopt Special Assessment Resolution 2024-66.
Questions for Ms. Wilson? Council members? All right, stand by, Ms. Wilson. I'm going to open this up for public testimony with regard to these proposed special assessments for vegetation control in Arrowhead Lake, Indian Head Lake, Lake Nancy, and the Mill Pond. Anyone wish to come forward and testify? No one coming forward. Hearing nothing, we'll turn now to Director Benarott again to see if we have anybody waiting to talk to the council.
Okay, first,
Testify regarding this matter, and we are open for public testimony.
I want to tell you that the phone call before was our consultant, so we didn't miss a resident. But I don't have anyone other than our consultant on right now, so I would recommend we wait a minute and continue this little thing I've got going over here. I'll come back to you at 8:07 or when I have a caller. Okay, it is 8:08 and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with the matter.
Thank you. Is there a motion to close the public hearing with regard to these proposed vegetation special assessments for aquatic purposes on Arrowhead Lake, Indian Head Lake, Lake Nancy, and the Mill Pond?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the closure of the public hearing with regard to the proposed aquatic vegetation special assessments for Arrowhead, Indian Head, Lake Nancy, and the Mill Pond. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Staff is recommending we approve Resolution 2024-66 for the Aquatic Vegetation Special Assessment Improvement Number AQ24 and its attached assessment roll for properties located on Arrowhead, Indian Head, Lake Nancy, and Mill Pond. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-66 for the Aquatic Vegetation Special Assessment embodied in improvement number AQ24 for those lakes that were named. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the Resolution 2024-66 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2024-66 is adopted. And then Derek Otten, our facilities manager, has the next couple of matters. And the first one involves the 50th and France Business District. And Mr. Otten?
Good evening,
welcome.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Tonight, after I open up the PowerPoint, we'll be discussing the 50th and France Business District and the assessable costs from the year of 2023. So, give me 1 second here. As many of you know, this district is the 50th and France Business District that we talked about earlier tonight with members of the Chamber of Commerce. And as you kind of look at the location map now, you'll see the shaded areas there. Those are mainly private businesses, and then the areas that are unshaded are a mixture of public walkways, parking ramps, and public streets. So just kind of a boundary area on this. It's on the east side, it's France Avenue. The west side is Market and Halifax. The south is 51st, and then the north is 49th Street. So the city provides a number of services in the district, mainly snow removal, trash services, general upkeep, maintenance, things like that. In 2023, you'll see that the costs for the district went up quite significantly. It was $570,454.49. That's about $1.26 per square foot that's assessed to the businesses. And the major reason for this was some repairs that we did to the south ramp. So the costs total for those repairs in 2023 were about $715,000. We paid for a portion of that in 2023, and we are going to be paying for the balance of it in 2024. There was just some work that carried over. City staff did a really good job of finding other funding sources for this. We're actually only assessing the business district about $240,000 to that. So you can see that there was a major increase. It wasn't that full $240,000 on top of the 2023 costs, and that's mainly due to just management of other costs in the district that we were able to keep lower by postponing some repairs and some of the other plans that we had in the area. So our recommendation is that we approve special assessment resolution number 2024-69 and improvement M24. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right. Any questions for Manager Otten? All right, stand by. This is a public hearing matter. I'm going to now open this up for public testimony. Is there anyone that wishes to testify regarding this proposed special assessment down in the 50th and France Business District? Seeing no one coming forward, hearing nothing, turn to Director Braemar to see if anyone is online that wishes to testify.
I still only have an applicant for a future item on the agenda who I incorrectly identified as a consultant earlier. So I apologize for that too. My clock shows that it's 8:12. I will come back to you at 8:13 or when I have a caller on this public hearing, whichever is first. It is 8:13 and I still don't have a caller, so I think it is safe for you to move forward.
All right. We heard presentation by Manager Otten about the proposed special assessment for the 50th and France Business District property owners. Is there a motion to close the public hearing in this matter?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves. Second. Member Pierce seconds the closing of the public testimony, the public hearing with respect to the proposed assessment for the 50th and France businesses for their public improvements that were made in 2023. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The public hearing is closed. And then Director Otten is suggesting we adopt Resolution 2024-69, which is a resolution levying special assessments for public improvements in the 50th and France Business District. Is there a motion to adopt that resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-69, embodied in improvement number M-24. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2024-69 is adopted, and that those levies will take place for those public improvements that were made out 50th and France. And now we are going to move on to Manager Otten's next matter, and that is the Grandview Business District proposed special assessment.
Yes, similar to the 50th in France, we also have a business district in the Grandview area that is number G24. This is a area that kind of encompasses just to the west of City Hall. So It's bordered on the east side by Highway 100, and then the majority of the district kind of runs along the Vernon Avenue corridor, commercial businesses on either side of them. The city has a couple of presences in there. We have a Edina liquor store that's attached to the Walgreens, same strip center there. We have a parking ramp that's also a water treatment plant and a few other things. And then we have a shared partnership with Hennepin County on the library and senior center in that district. The rest of the business district is mainly made up of commercial properties, some residential, and a lot of retail things like that too. This is an area that in the past hasn't had a lot of accessible costs. We've kind of kept this low in the past just because there hasn't been a lot of interest in the business district in the past. We're trying to rejuvenate that. We're really engaging with those businesses to start talking about improvements to the area and try and set up a more of a walkable and destination area similar to what we have at 50th and France. In 2023, those costs were really limited. It was $5,048.86. So it actually works out to be about a penny per square foot based on the square footage size of the district there. And that is all centered around the inspections that we have to do annually for our parking ramp. We're required to get permitting and things like that, so that cost is just what it takes to go through that process. So our recommendation is we approve special assessment resolution number 2024-70 for improvement number G24. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rotten. Any questions for Manager Rotten from the council? All right, let's open this up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify regarding this proposed special assessment? Nobody's leaping up. The question is 1 cent per square foot assessment? Okay. All right, let's go to the virtual world.
I have no callers either at this point. I show that it's 8:17. I'll come back to you at 8:18 or when I have a caller, whichever is first.
All right. Thank you.
Another of your day's longest minutes has ended and no callers, so I think it is safe for you to move forward.
All right, thanks for that. Is there a motion to close the hearing with respect to the proposed special assessment to the private property owners in the Grandview Business District?
So moved.
Second.
Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the closure of the public hearing with regard to the proposed special assessment for the private property owners in the Grandview Business District. Any further conversation on that? Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing with regard to this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The hearing is closed. And Manager Otten is recommending we approve Resolution 2024-70, which is the special assessment for the private property owners in the Grandview Business District embodied in number G-24. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the Resolution 2024-70 is stated. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2024-70 is stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion's approved. Resolution is adopted. And then the final three matters in this portion of our agenda, our Director of Engineering, Chad Milner, will be handling these matters. And Director Milner.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. We're going to discuss the 2022 and 2023 street reconstruction projects this evening. So last year, Member Pierce asked a question and said, you should tell us a little bit of what the city's doing to lower these amounts. So we got some key points here that we publish our street reconstruction maps years in advance. We manage the bid production schedule of those bid documents. We try to be the first out the door with our neighboring agencies to get good prices, create quality bid documents to ensure less confusion from the bidders, and we see that in most years with very tight bids. And then we manage contracts fairly. We're fair with the contractors, so they know when they come to town, they're going to be treated fairly, and that helps with the prices. So the first matter this evening is Morningside D and E, the neighborhood roadway reconstruction. The majority of this project was constructed in 2022, and if you recall, last year, 1 year ago, the council chose to delay the assessment of this project. So the project boundaries are here shown on the map: 42nd Street on the north, Branson Street on the south, and Grimes on the east. So again, you conducted public hearing and authorized the project in December of 2021. Construction was in 2022. Last year, you delayed action on these assessments. We're asking you to approve an assessment amount of $8,338.95 per residential equivalent unit. That's less than the preliminary amount of $9,400. It is the same amount we asked you to approve last year at this meeting, and we're looking for that approval this evening. I received feedback from one resident on the Better Together webpage. The comment was about the change in the assessment policy. They thought this was the last year of assessments. That is not correct. We have another 10 plus years of assessments as we slowly ratchet those down. We did receive 7 written objections, and the addresses are listed there. And then we did receive one formal letter, which I think the council also received in an email earlier today or yesterday from the Morningside Community Church. And they had 3 requests: either exempt them from the assessments, reduce the amount, or extend the period to 45 years. So staff is recommending approval of the special assessments embodied in Resolution 2024-73, and I'd stand for any questions.
Could you back up one slide, please? Okay. Thanks. That's good. That's all I need. Any questions for Director Milner? All right. This is a public hearing matter with regard to this proposed special assessment. Does anyone in the audience wish to come forward and testify? I'm opening this up for public testimony. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Sandy Dibble. I'm speaking on behalf of the trustees for Edina Morningside Community Church. You did receive the letter.
Would you give the address for the church too, please?
4201 Morningside Road.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor and City Council members, I speak to you tonight with a sincere plea on behalf of Edina Morningside Community Church, related to our $25,000 plus assessment for the Morningside D&E Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Project. Our beloved church, located at 4201 Morningside Road, has been a cornerstone of this community since 1922, serving not just as a place of worship, but as a vital hub for civic engagement and community growth. For decades, our church has opened its doors to serve Edina in numerous ways. We host local elections. We providing a home for neighborhood association and community group meetings, housing the oldest continuing operating preschool in Minnesota, offering a thriving theater program for youth, and a beautiful community garden often visited by our many residents while walking through our neighborhood. These services, alongside our spiritual mission, make our church an irreplaceable asset to Edina's social fabric. However, like many religious institutions across the nation, we face significant financial challenges. Declining attendance has led to reduced contributions. We've experienced budget deficits for 5 consecutive years, and our limited finances are stretched thin, maintaining our historic building and continuing our community programs. The proposed special assessment of $25,350.41, don't forget the 41 cents, for the Morningside D&E Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Project poses an extraordinary burden on our congregation. It represents about 10% of our budget, excluding personnel and building maintenance. This assessment is particularly heavy due to our unique position. Our property has 3 facings into the project, 2 on Morningside Road and 1 on Grimes. We are the only community accessible building in the heart of Morningside, as the only other structures open to the community are at 44th and France and or the Weber Park Ice Rink Warming House. Our lot's 3 facings cause us to bear a disproportionate burden of the project. Given these circumstances, we respectfully and earnestly request that the City Council consider, and I'm at red.
Go ahead, you go ahead.
Okay.
Finish your thought.
I should have read faster.
We need to hear what your thought is.
That you consider the following options. Exempt our church from the assessment, recognizing our vital role in the community and our nonprofit status. Significantly reduce the assessment borne by our church, acknowledging our financial constraints and community contributions. Or extend the repayment period to 45 years instead of the proposed 15, given our 3 facings, allowing us to manage this financial burden over a longer term. We understand the importance of this infrastructure project for our neighborhood and appreciate the improvements. However, we implore you to consider the unique position of our church and the potential impact this assessment could have on our ability to continue serving the Edina community. We have been a faithful steward of this community for generations. We've weathered many storms for over 100 years, but this financial burden threatens to undermine our ability to continue our mission. We ask you as our elected representatives to show mercy and foresight in your decisions. By granting us relief from this assessment, you would not just be helping a church, you would be investing in the heart of Edina, ensuring that this vital community space continues to thrive and serve for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you,
we
Ms.
appreciate your service, too.
Thank you, Ms. Dibble.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about this, but thanks for coming tonight, and we would have had the conversation regardless, I think, but it was really good to get your thoughts on behalf of the congregation. Anyone else wish to testify regarding this proposed special assessment? Okay, let's go to nobody online. Okay. All right. I think the best way to probably handle this is to close it up and then have a conversation about whether we want to address this now or, what are our options. I know that. Well, let's see if there's a motion to close the public hearing first.
Still moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to close the public hearing with regard to the proposed special assessments for the Morningside C neighborhood roadway reconstruction project embodied in improvement BA 462 and also resolution 2024-71. All those in favor of closing the public hearing in this matter say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Public hearing is closed. Let's have a little bit of a discussion here. When this request came in, I emailed Manager Neal and Dave Kendall, our attorney, and asked them about possible options here involving a nonprofit, a religious institution that's property tax exempt, but not exempt from special assessments for the street reconstruction work that was done, in which they got assessed for 3 parcels. So the special assessment, I think Ms. Dibble said, was about $25,350 over 15 years. That would be about $1,690 per year plus interest. Manager Neal, I don't know if you want to turn right to Attorney Kendall, but Attorney Kendall could talk to us about some of the options I think involved based on the statute.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of council. Before I do that, I do want to set the table that we have done projects like this for many years here. We do assess nonprofits, schools, churches, all equally, right? So we apply this policy in an equal manner. It's not based on ability to pay. It's based on the character of the property involved. saying that, we do have, I believe, some level of flexibility about how we can handle perhaps the time frame for repayment. I would ask the city attorney to give us some counsel on that, please.
Mayor, you do have the option to remove this parcel from the assessment roll tonight if you care to do that, and set it out for future hearing, at which point you could direct staff to work with the church and see if any changes should be made to the assessment. One option would be to extend the period for repayment. The statute authorizes a maximum of 30 years. These are proposed for 15, and I think that applies to all the other parcels on this project, and I think a lot of parcels on other projects as well. So that would be a different from the city's typical approach, but that is an option under the statute.
Questions for Mr. Kendall? Yes, Member Pierce.
So can you repeat that, the last part again? So this is 15 years, and you said by state statute we could do 30?
Correct.
And for any other parcel, or just that's the portion I wanted you to repeat?
Yeah, I mean, the option exists for any parcel. I think the issue would be that the city has typically done 15 on all previous projects, so it would be different treatment for this parcel or any other parcels from the previous projects the city has done.
Okay.
It'd be different from our assessment policy.
Right,
In the policy, it says special assessments are over 15 years. According to statute, you could go to 30.
But you could go to 30. Okay.
Yeah. And I just want to clarify one comment, if I may, on the three sides of this parcel. We don't assess by linear footage. So it is a 0.2 factor, RU factor, by the square footage of the building.
Right.
And that's what we've been consistent with many other churches and schools, just like Manager Neal had mentioned. So it's not impacting them that they have three sides to this project.
And you just should know as well that if you were extended to 30 years, the interest would run for that full 30 years. So there'd be a lower installment payment per month or per year, but a higher interest rate overall, or higher interest cost overall.
Yeah, I think the payment you had calculated was, maybe Director Milner's done this, was $1,690 plus interest per year, roughly, at the 15-year level.
Correct.
So it cut that roughly in half.
Correct.
Plus interest. Thoughts from council members on the options: exemption, reduction, extend repayment period, and maintain the policy, but just in this circumstance, extend payment period, or just leave as is, I guess would be the fourth option. Member Risser.
I'm uncomfortable carving out an exception that would not be something that any other nonprofit could pursue. So I just want to be clear what we're talking about. If we went to 30 years, that's not something that another entity could pick up the phone and negotiate with the city, or is that something that could be done? Would it have to come before council?
It would.
It would have to come before council. Okay, I am concerned about setting that precedent. Yeah.
Other thoughts? Jackson?
Yeah, I think that when we change things on the fly, we're not consistent and not predictable. And so I think, I agree with Member Risser that as hard as it is, if we start carving out exceptions, then it becomes an unpredictable process, and I'm not comfortable with that.
Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess that's why I asked the question for clarification. If it's part of the statute that we could do 30, then it feels like that ask is consistently applied. Others could ask for 30. That's the way I'm interpreting what you're saying. If I'm wrong, let's clarify that.
Well, there are two things at play here. One is what state statute allows us to do, but really is what our own policy lines out to do. And when we did some pretty significant policy changes, maybe 12 years ago, 10 years ago, something like that, And one of them had to do with the interest rates that we charge. We decreased them compared to what they used to be. Another is the term of the assessments. It used to be 10. We lengthened it to 15 to make it more palatable, because that was at a time when our assessments were continuing to grow really quickly, and we were concerned that they were creating a bigger burden than necessary for folks. So that's why we tried to make it a little easier at that time.
Okay.
And I would offer one thing. There is other nonprofits and churches on the docket tonight that don't know this is an option. So I think there's a fairness thing of if you let one and somebody else is at home going, hey, how come?
No, I don't think anybody up here is in favor of doing anything tonight. It was just a conversation about whether we want to have a subsequent conversation about it.
And so
carve it out is.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
So what I was getting at there is, I talked a lot about us being consistent in how we apply whatever our standards are. And so I was asking for that point of clarification for two reasons. One, just to understand what the difference is. Two, is this something that we could choose to apply in a consistent way across the community? And so I actually think it makes sense to me not to make a decision tonight, but to have staff go back and do the work. And I am honestly just thinking this through. If we were to say nonprofits, like, you have to figure out how you're going to apply that standard is what I'm getting at. And so one way could be to say for nonprofits, we have this as an option, but that then needs to become part of our policy. And by this, I'm talking about the extending to 30 years. In the case of a nonprofit, that seems reasonable to me. But to Member Jackson's point, I don't think we should write policy from the dais when we have an issue before us like this. And so I would rather suggest that you take the time to look at it, but through that lens is what's in my mind.
So if I understood you, go ahead, Director Milner.
And I would just remind the council, we had that street funding task force. They looked at all the factors, and we talked about churches and nonprofits, and they recommended the changes to the policy that the council approved in 21. So, I think Attorney Kendall made a point earlier today that we should, if you didn't want to approve this one, we should approve all the rest, because the assessing department needs all the other ones approved, and we could set this one PID aside and have discussions and figure out, is it appropriate at the next meeting, or is it next year? Because I don't know if we can do this analysis in 1 week to have a policy change. So there's a timing piece to all the other assessments within this resolution.
What I heard Attorney Kendall say, that one option was to carve this one out tonight, let staff have a conversation with them, come back to us and tell us whether or not you thought there were any basic policy reasons why we should change the existing policy. Sure. Because when we went from 10 years to 15 years, that changed things significantly.
Yes,
even in this situation where the overall size of the assessment is not inconsequential at $25,000, the burden at $1,690 a year or whatever it is, plus interest, should be manageable. So I guess it kind of begs the question if we want to have that conversation right now about setting this one aside and having staff have a conversation about it, or just take this up at some future time.
So, Mayor, just to be clear, I'm just telling you what the state statute authorizes. Yeah. And also the current assessment policy, as Director Milner indicated, does indicate 15 years. That's the time limit that's been applied to all churches, schools, nonprofits under this policy previously. So this would be a policy. You could do it with respect to this one parcel, or you could do a policy change. But I'm not recommending that the city violate its policy with respect to this parcel tonight.
Yeah, of course not. Marissa.
And I agree with what Attorney Kendall just said. And to Director Milner's point, there are other churches who are not aware, and if we pulled this and said we're going to have a discussion, I think, that could raise some concerns. And I do think it's a challenging decision, but I think we should move forward with approving this motion with all of the properties listed.
Thoughts, follow-on thoughts?
Yeah, so I just want to be clear. I am not suggesting we do something separate for a parcel. I am saying if we think there's merit, and I use the context of nonprofit, then we can have that become part of our policy. And then someone has to go forward and write that policy and bring that back, but it would apply to any nonprofit, not just this one. And so I feel like I'm trying to find a way forward that we can apply consistently. And so, I kind of do this on both sides of the coin. So that's one side, right? We could be consistent in applying it that way. The other question I have is if we do that, then I assume that means everyone else that's being assessed is subsidizing that particular parcel, because the costs are the costs, and this is how we allocate the costs. And so the question then is, if we do something different, that's why I wasn't excited about an exemption or a reduction, because I assume those costs then get spread to everyone else, or how does it get covered?
That's a great question. In my opinion, we wouldn't. The city would have to find a different funding source, I think, in my opinion. I wouldn't want
to cover that, yeah.
Spread it out all the other residents. I think that'd be a question for Finance Director and Manager Neal of, is it general tax levy dollars or some other funding source to cover that $25,000, if the council so choose to do that.
So the question for me is, do we think there's merit in doing that? And so that's, if we think there's merit in taking the time to figure out if we should have some policy for nonprofits, then we should do the work. If we don't, we should vote on it and just move on.
Manager Neal.
I would suggest to you that it's a pretty complicated question. One that when we have looked at our assessment policy in the past, we've impaneled task forces and committees, and they've spent the better part of a year talking about options, and even this particular question that's before you tonight. With our the last time we had a assessment task force took a deep look at it and weighed the pros and cons of doing something different, and my recollection concluded that the property tax exemption is the way that the government shows its support or its appreciation for the good things that nonprofits do in the community.
Member Jackson.
Yes, so thank you. I think you covered it mostly, Manager Neal. The task force worked really hard and long on a lot of really thorny, complicated issues, and I am very reluctant to reopen that. So I would not be in favor. I know it's really hard. It's really hard. The churches are, very short on money, and it's across a lot of churches, but I can't reopen this policy again, not so soon.
I think the question you raise is an interesting one for future deliberation. This conversation with Edina Morningside Community Church, which we know is a great asset in our community, has caused that to kind of percolate to the surface as a potential conversation in the future. But I don't think anybody here thought we'd be doing anything on a one-off basis. It was just all about whether or not we wanted to look at this and set this one aside for now. But there's been a good conversation up here. The burden at under $2,000 a year ought to be manageable, and to figure out what nonprofits are potentially fit into a category where you'd have a extended repayment period up to the statutory maximum, I think it'd be difficult work and take quite a bit of time from a task force to look at that to see if we even wanted to go there. So, yes.
So I totally get that. For me, this is more about us hearing a challenge and not saying, well, the policy is the policy, but here are some options that we can do to help someone. Now, guys, we've done that in other cases. Person who has a tree, right? It's too expensive. Well, what can we do to help? To me, this is no different than that. So if we're not willing to open the policy to see if there are changes that we can make, then the next question is, are there other options? Are there opportunities for, and again, I don't know all the details. I'm sitting up here asking questions, but these are the questions someone in the city should be asking. Are there grants that perhaps they can apply for to get relief? Are there other options that this church has to get relief if we leave our policy the way it is? And we're within our rights to say, yeah, we're going to apply this consistently across everyone who's in that zone. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. There's also nothing wrong with us as a council saying to the city, all right, we're going to leave it the way it is, but we're going to meet with you to see if we can figure out a way to help find you some relief. And that's honestly, that's all I'm saying.
So the proposed motion is to approve Resolution 2024-73 for the Morningside D&E Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Special Assessment embodied in Improvement BA 461. That would include everybody in that assessment area at 15 years. Is that correct?
That is correct. And just for the council's reference, you could pull that one out and we could talk about it again at the next council meeting if we wanted to investigate some of these other ideas, because it still needs to be filed by the end of the month to Hennepin County. So there's still a buffer in the schedule if we still want to assess it this year.
So before we have a motion on the table, what are people's sentiments about that, pulling this one out to use it as a vehicle to have the conversation about whether we want to modify the assessment policy?
So,
Am I mischaracterizing what you're thinking?
I'll go first. I feel that we're saying we don't want to adjust the policy, and I'm okay with that as a motion. What I'm not okay with is us just moving on. It's just saying, well, the policy is the policy. So my ask is that we can make the motion to approve this policy, but then I still think as a city, someone should meet with the church to figure out, and I don't even know if there are options, but perhaps there are grants or something that they could utilize to help. And so I think we should use whatever city resources we have to then try to attack this issue from a different perspective. And we would consistently do that with any other organization that came forward. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And that doesn't require a motion. That just requires a commitment from staff to meet with them.
We will do that. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's what. All right. No, I'm just thinking we should address the motion then based on this conversation. So is there someone on the council that cares to move the approval of Resolution 2024-73 for the Morningside D&E Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Special Assessment embodied in Improvement BA 461 according to the assessment roll that staff has prepared?
So moved.
Second.
Pierce moves, Member Risser seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-73. for the Morningside D&E Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Special Assessment embodied in BA 461. And according to the assessment role prescribed therein. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. I think folks from the church, Mrs. Dibble, you did a beautiful job speaking on behalf of the community. We all love coming over there for one purpose or another, whether it's just good fellowship or Morningside after dark, you know. We love being there, and maybe our staff will be able to help you figure out how we can, maybe there is some grant money there, as Member Pierce suggests somewhere, or some other ideas we can think of to help you out. So I think he understood full well what, based on the conversation at the council, what we thought we had to do. Thanks for coming tonight. It was helpful to have that conversation. Next is another matter by Director Milner, and that's the Morningside C neighborhood.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, embodied in Resolution 2024-71 is the Morningside C neighborhood. This is the project boundaries from 40th Street on the border of St. Louis Park down to 42nd Street, constructed in 2023. Again, you conducted a public hearing in 2022, December of 2022, and authorized the project. Then recall that you also received a petition in June 20th of 2023 to review the assessment method. Staff discussed with the council on July 18th and October 3rd with the council on that matter, and we had a work session this year on March 19th, and we basically told you that the policy has been applied consistently over time for all of our street reconstruction projects. We're recommending a special assessment of $9,368.07 per REU. That is a reduction from our preliminary estimate of $13,800 at the December 22nd meeting. We had 0 comments on Better Together Edina and 1 objection to the assessment from that particular address at 4012 Inglewood Avenue. And I'd recommend approval of a special assessment embodied in Resolution 2024-71. I'd stand for any questions.
That was some nice, efficient work on your part. Yeah, nice to see those assessments come in lower than what we anticipated. Yeah. All right. Anybody have a question for Director Milner on this Morningside C neighborhood matter? Yes, Member Jackson.
So I know we discussed this a couple of times about the policy and everything, but just on a general question, the size of the areas that we pick for road reconstruction, it's kind of limited by what we can get contractors to do? Because I'm thinking with Melody Lake, when we combined the two, then we didn't have enough time to plant all the sod and had the terrible problems with the grass. Can you talk just sort of generally about the practical limits of the size of these different areas that you choose?
Yeah, Councilmember Jackson, we look at the original plat and the age of the original streets, and then we start to break it down into project sizes that we can build in a summer, in a year. And that's really where these boundaries come from between the different neighborhoods, and we have it planned out for the next 20-some years to finish our streets. But really it's that level of effort and what can we get done in one summer, because we don't want to have a giant mess. We've seen the last few years with utility companies not doing what they say they're going to do, and we have had to extend it over 2 years. That's not a nice process for anybody involved.
So as far as, do you think we need a policy, or could we write a policy that sort of writes about what a optimal sized street reconstruction project is, so that people kind of have a sense of how it's going to get divided up? Because we want it to be fair. And I know there was some sense of, well, is this fair? These are different lots, and how's it drawn? But we don't want to have a situation where it can't get finished. But is that a policy that we could come up with?
I think we do a really good job of being fair and consistent with the policy, drawing boundaries that are reasonable for our construction methods. In the petition between these two neighborhoods, that was the question. And you saw tonight the assessment's $1,000 more than the other neighborhood. The reason for that is these lots are bigger in this neighborhood. That's one of the factors. We also saw a 17% inflation rate. So if we actually just took the other assessment and raised it by 17%, we'd be above this number. So we've managed the cost to try to keep it reasonable in here. So I think we do a good job of picking project boundaries on reasonableness, and I wouldn't develop a policy just to create boundaries of projects within Edina.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Director Milner at this point in time? Morningside C? All right. This is a public hearing matter. I'm going to open it up for public testimony. Anybody in the audience wish to testify regarding this proposed assessment in the Morningside C neighborhood with regard to the roadway reconstruction project that was done over there? See no one coming forward, hearing nothing. Dr. Benarott, anybody online?
I do have some people online. As a reminder, if you are calling to testify in this public hearing, I need you to press *1 on your telephone keypad. That's the star or asterisk symbol, then the number 3. That will put you in the queue to speak. When you're in the queue to speak, please mute your telephone or computer or whatever device you're listening on. Since there is that delay, it'll provide feedback if it's at full volume. Again, *3. Still not seeing anyone. My clock shows that it's 8:56, so I'll come back to you at 8:57 or when someone signals a desire to speak. All right, it's now 8:57, and neither caller is signaling an intention to speak, so I think it's safe for you to move forward.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to close the public hearing with regard to the proposed Morningside C neighborhood roadway reconstruction special assessment matter?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the motion to close the public hearing with respect to the Morningside C neighborhood roadway reconstruction special assessment matter. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing in this matter say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Hearing is closed, and Director Milner is recommending we move to approve the, he moves to, that we approve the resolution 2024-71 for the Morningside C neighborhood roadway reconstruction special assessment embodied in improvement number BA-462. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of resolution 2024-71 for the Morningside C neighborhood roadway reconstruction special assessment embodied in improvement BA-462. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the resolution as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution is adopted. Those assessments are approved. And then Director Milner has one more matter, and that is the proposed special assessment with regard to the Blake Road neighborhood roadway reconstruction project.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. This again was a project delay due to private utility companies. It was supposed to be a one-year construction in 2022, but we had to separate that between 22 and 23 construction. This is a municipal state aid roadway, so there is some additional funding sources used on this particular project. The limits are from the Hopkins border down to just south of Interlochen along Blake Road as embodied on this map. You conducted a public hearing in December of 2021 and authorized the project. We estimated at that time $7,000 per REU, and we are recommending $7,000 per REU this evening. So we received 3 comments from 2 residents from the same property on the Better Together webpage. The comments were about they like the sidewalks, kind of, but they don't like all the pedestrians walking by and making their dogs bark. So not a matter that the city usually considers when we build sidewalks. And we received 0 objections to the assessment. So we're recommending you approve resolution number 2024-72. I'll stand for any questions.
Director Milner standing for questions. Any questions from council members? You will be able to in a moment. Just bear with me a moment. All right, and then now I'm going to open it up for public testimony, so now you can come forward.
Okay, thank you.
There you go, just a split second.
Hi, Renee. Hey, Chad. How's it going? So I'd like to comment that on the...
Well, give us your name and address, please.
Renee Mitchell, 5020 Blake Road South.
Thank
Chad,
you.
it's been a pleasure to work with. However, I'd like to comment that on the public website, the comments did close on September 25th. I did receive the paper letter in the mail, but nowhere in the letter did it say the public comments would close. So I'm happy to be here in person.
All right, well, welcome.
Okay, and we did leave several voicemails, I believe, within the past couple days, but I believe the voicemail also closed on September 25th, so I apologize. We tried to get here on time, and I just flew here from D.C.
Oh, you're just fine.
So, I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed special assessment of $7,000 per address for the Blake Roadway project. The project has raised several environmental and safety concerns that I believe should not be overlooked. First, the project has compromised significant trees in the area, many which have provided critical habitat for local wildlife, including wood ducks. These trees were not just part of our natural landscape, but also part of the biodiversity and ecological balance of the area. Second, the construction has led to an increased erosion along the shoreline, which has negatively impacted the water quality, which you guys may have seen from the watershed water quality assessment that we've all received, everybody on the Mirror Lakes water line. Due to the degradation of the shoreline caused by the project, sediment runoff into the water has become a significant issue. This not only affects the ecosystem, but also has long-term implications, 10 years, 20 years, 50 years plus, of our community's environmental health. Additionally, the project has caused an increase in traffic along Blake Road. With this uptake, we've also seen an alarming rise in speeding, which poses a risk to both residents, pedestrians, and children in the neighborhood. This change in traffic patterns has further disrupted the tranquility and safety of our neighborhood. For these reasons, I do not support the special assessment. I urge the council to take these environmental and safety concerns seriously. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm backed up by 4 more residents of my property on 5020 Blake Road South. I believe I have Hannah on the phone line she's tried to comment on a few things, and the phone line wouldn't unmute and open up. So Hannah, are you there?
Well, we'll check with her in a moment. You're done with your testimony, Ms. Mitchell?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Dave Ham. I live at 6228 Interlochen Boulevard. That's right in the intersection of the roundabout. I'm not a very eloquent speaker. I'm just an average guy. I've listened to some other people here.
I've been working on this for months.
I should have been maybe in contact with you. But when I received this notice of the hearing, I don't know anything about the procedures or what I should have done previously. But I thought I read something in here about maybe being over 65. There's a potential of some kind of deferment or waiver. Something. I'm 75. I've been retired for 10 years. So. I don't know if that has any bearing on anything. I'm just kind of making a statement. But I also wanted to add one secondary thought. The roundabout is right in the middle of my driveway entrance and exit. And I'm not concerned about the entrance. I'm concerned about the exit to my driveway. So when I pull out of my driveway, I'm in the cul-de-sac, or I'm in the roundabout, I mean. The front of my vehicle is, well, let me back up here a little bit. I have about maybe 30 feet where I can see the road. I can see Interlochen Boulevard to see if any vehicles are coming as I approach the roundabout. So my vehicle really extends out into the sidewalk, and I'm still having trouble seeing any vehicles coming into the road. So it's a safety concern for me personally, maybe not for anybody else, but I'm in a position where half the time I expect just to be T-boned as I pull out, because there are so many cars that are coming at least 30 miles an hour and some even faster around that before they even see my vehicle 30 feet away from them. So I don't know what the proper wording should be. I don't know how I should express myself, but I'm against this assessment to me personally. So it not only was not a benefit to me personally, but it's a potential detrimental safety hazard to me. So.
Okay, so is it the traffic coming from Interlaken from east to west that you're concerned about?
No, the traffic is coming from
down the hill?
East going to west. Yeah, going past Interlaken Country Club.
Towards your house.
Into the roundabout.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, so.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
And then on the deferment, we'll have Director Milner come up and you can hear about that. Yes, come on up.
I'm John Lorenz. I live at 517 Blake Road South, and I'm here to ask the mayor and the council to reject this special assessment for Blake Road. I think the idea behind the special assessment is it accrues to the benefit of owners on Blake Road, so it would be fair for us to pay an additional amount for property tax. But that's just not correct for a large road within Edina that funnels traffic from neighborhoods into other main roads or interstates. The reconstructions actually hurt my value in that it's increased traffic in the neighborhood, which hurts the value of the property. It encourages people to drive too fast, which hurts the value of the property. I think if we're honest, the true benefits of redoing Blake Road, and I'm not saying that I think Edina needs Blake Roads within Edina, but I think the benefit accrues to not the people that live and own property on Blake Road. It accrues to the people that live in the neighborhoods. It accrues to the country club, Interlaken, that's just a few blocks away that has a lot of traffic coming down Blake Road. Those are the residents that really benefit, but yet they're not assessed. I'm being assessed. I think the truth is my property would be worth more if Blake Road was a dirt path, and I would take that dirt path down to Interlaken or up to Excelsior. And by the way, we wouldn't need a speed sign, an electronic speed sign, if it was a dirt path, because people wouldn't be speeding. So that's why I'm here to ask the council and the mayor to reject this special assessment and immediately move to a plan that's more equitable and fair. I think the city would agree with that. I think there's a long-term plan to change how these assessments are done. But when you have something that's not fair and equitable, the time to change is immediately. You don't delay it. You make the change immediately. And that's why I'm asking the council and mayor to reject this special assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Good evening.
Good evening, council. Tim Grant, 521 Blake Avenue, Blake Road South. During the course of this construction project, which did take over 2 years, and I think very significantly almost 3, Blake Road was actually torn up twice. And I don't understand why there wasn't a better coordination with the utility repair and replacement that was done, and then the road repaired, and then the city coming in and tearing up that and then putting in their road, the new road. It's insane to me that we need to pay the full price of the assessment when better organization between the utility repairs and the city's goal of increasing speed along Blake Road could have been done at a lesser dollar to residents. I agree fully with John's comments that were just made, my property value hasn't done any better. We see much higher speeding traffic going by, and even some confusion with the two bike lanes that were put in, that people are going the wrong way on some of the bike lanes. Instead of traveling with traffic, they're traveling against traffic. So I'm against this assessment predominantly because I don't think it was done efficiently in coordination with the utilities as they replaced those utilities along the same roadway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Good evening. My name is Helen Ferraro. I live at 605 Blake Road South. I guess I actually have questions about what the purpose of the project was. If it was just for the utility repair or whatever, or if it was also, this also includes the roundabout. This is for both? Oh.
Yeah, you go ahead and pose your questions and we'll answer them afterwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if this assessment includes both the utility project and the roundabout, I guess I'm confused as to what the purpose of the roundabout was. I have only lived here for 2 years. My family and I moved from California here in 2022. And the roundabout actually, I feel, is causing more confusion, and the traffic feels a lot faster, a lot more dangerous. We live right on the corner of Blake and Waterman, and it is very dangerous for us to come out and make a left or a right because people are coming so fast on both sides of Blake Road. I don't really, other than the bike lanes, I'm not really seeing an improvement to what was done, and I guess that's why I had questions about actually what this whole project entailed. But I guess I don't agree with the assessment because I don't feel that the people on Blake Road have received any benefit from this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Pirro. I live at 6324 Waterman Avenue. My main concern is somewhat what John had mentioned. It's not the people that live on Blake Road that are benefiting from this improvement. It's people flowing through. That's a major street where people are coming off of 169, coming off of Highway 100, going out to Excelsior Boulevard, going to Knollwood, going to Miracle Mile, going to Hopkins, going all over. I would say if you did a traffic count, the people that live along Blake Road that are being asked to pay for this are using it less than 1% of the total cars going by. So it makes no sense that a few are paying for the benefit of so many others. So it's just a big imbalance on who's benefiting and who's ending up paying for it. So that's the area that I would like you to focus on. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you probably should be done. So you treat everybody the same here. But, yeah. Anyone else here? New speakers? Okay. So let's see if we got anybody online.
I do have a speaker who's indicating a desire to speak. So I am unmuting your line caller. Please begin by stating your full name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Hannah Mitchell, resident of 5020 Blake Road South, and I'm here today to express my opposition to the proposed special assessment of $7,000 for the Blake Road Neighborhood Roadway Project. As stated by our neighbors, Mr. Ham, Mr. Lorenz, Mr. Grant, and others, this project has been detrimental to the residents of Blake Road South. The project has led to increased traffic, related speeding. People are running over the cement center of the roundabout, not even using the roundabout. And in addition, this project has created massive amounts of erosion in the pond it borders, as well as the destruction of many critical trees, which were home to wood ducks, who only nest in trees along the water. For the foregoing reasons, I ask the council to reject the proposed special assessment. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for calling in.
I do not have any other callers signaling a desire to speak at this time.
All right, let's entertain closing the public hearing here, and then we'll go back to Director Milner and get some of these concerns addressed that the residents have raised. So with regard to The Blake Road Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction's proposed special assessment. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds motion to close the public hearing in this matter involving a potential special assessment on Blake Road, the Blake Road Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Project. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Public hearing is closed. Let's go back through some of these concerns that have been raised. Starting with Renee Mitchell, I guess, at 5020 Blake Road South. So she raised several issues that were environmental related.
Yep.
And I'd like to have you address those. Thought the project had compromised several trees, increased erosion, water quality assessment is not good. There's a lot of sediment runoff. Why don't you address some of those issues for us?
Sure. If you recall the project, we sheet piled along Mirror Lake to provide space for bike lanes and extra sidewalks that weren't in that area before. Remember, we said a lot of people walking in the street. One of the main purposes is creating a safe route for people to walk through this area. We did remove trees. We removed trees, but we replanted greater than 1-to-1. We planted a lot on her property, on Mr. Ham's property, and others within this project. So we did lots of replanting. The erosion, we've added a whole stormwater vault that catches sediment now within the project that before drained directly into that lake. So now we're collecting sediment, sucking it out, and depositing it within the proper waste management ways. The sheet piling also stops erosion control of the shore because we drove that almost at the water line, normal water line. So that's again limiting the erosion control, erosion issue. And then increased traffic and speeding. We haven't collected data on the road yet because it was only been open for 1 year. So it can't speak to whether there's increase in traffic or not. I really don't think there is. I think it's back to what it was in probably 2021 or maybe even pre-COVID, right? Because we kind of had that COVID timeframe in there. The roundabout was built to calm traffic. That intersection was way worse before the roundabout went in. You couldn't. People from the south got queued up well down past Renee's property and around the curve, and they couldn't get out of their neighborhood on AM and PM peak. So at least now we have a roundabout where people can get in and out of the neighborhood in all directions. So that's that. Those were the main points from Renee.
What about the water quality assessment? She said there was a water quality assessment.
I don't know what she's speaking about to that, so I have to look into if there was some.
Have we done a water quality assessment?
Not that I'm aware of.
Pre and post?
Not that I'm aware of. We had to meet the Pollution Control Agency's erosion control measures during construction, and like I just discussed, we added a bunch of stuff that wasn't there before that's going to be permanent, long-term.
But we've got a vault in there now that catches sediment. Is that what you're saying?
Yep, vault and systems like that to catch erosion. During construction, we had flotation, silt curtain, biologs, all the necessary measures to meet the PCA permit. Mr. Ham talked about the deferment.
Yep.
He needs to contact the assessing department. So if he's interested in providing, maybe having that review by the assessing department, it's based on age and income. He may be able to defer this assessment. It still is on the property, so it'd just be deferred and collecting interest over time. And once the property sells, then he'd have to worry about or figure out how to pay that assessment off at that time. The safety comments about the driveway, we worked with Mr. Ham. We pushed the wall back. He let us do some work there. He got a brand new wall along his property, a big boulder wall. In my opinion, when we looked at sight lines, we increased his driveway width. And yes, he does have to pull out over the sidewalk to see to the east, but we felt like it was reasonable and reasonable sight lines from the driveway in that case. I can speak to, and I'm sorry, I only wrote down first names.
Have we thought about any traffic calming measures on Interlochen Boulevard that would cause those cars moving eastbound to westbound to travel at a lower rate of speed? Because that seems like a street where people get going at a pretty good clip.
The roundabout's built to slow people down. Before they were going 40 plus miles an hour. Now they're slower at the roundabout area by his driveway. And we narrowed travel lanes and pavement markings to shrink that pavement width in the driving lanes that typically slows people down. And we'll do those investigations here in the future on the speed and traffic numbers.
A couple of people expressed a concern about the benefit was to other people, not them, and why should they have to live on a busy street that serves all of Edina and pay for a special assessment?
Yeah.
And I think we've been, you said it was a state aid street, so you might want to explain that again.
Yeah, so John and Bill mentioned the they shouldn't be paying for the assessments. Well, state aid route, we're starting back in 2021. We used to only assess 20% for that, in fact that you shouldn't pay for 100% of the assessment. So right now, in this year, they're paying 14.7% of the assessable costs on this project versus the other hearings we just had were 68%. So we already baked in the benefit of living on a state aid street and bringing that other funding source into the project. So
your point is this proposed special assessment at 7,000 is a reflection of cost reduction because they are on a busy street.
exactly. It's way lower than it would be if we followed the local street assessment policy, which is in the policy. Sorry, again, I only wrote down first names, but the fourth speaker, Tim, he mentioned why was Blake Road done twice and why couldn't we coordinate better with private utility companies? We share our maps of the 5-year reconstruction program with utility companies. Sometimes they participate with us. Sometimes they just show up with permits and say, we need to do project X. In this case, the gas company came in and did a big gas project in advance of our project. We have budgets on how we do our projects, and we can't just move one up 2 or 3 years to align exactly with the gas company. So they couldn't wait, and we couldn't speed it up. What they did after the project is just patch the street, and we came in and made the improvements of a brand new street, brand new curb and gutters, narrowed the sections, added sidewalks, added bike lanes, and really made a continuous improvement versus the patching they left after the project.
So when Mr. Grant expresses the opinion that he thought better organization would have reduced the assessment, what are your thoughts on that?
It would not. It's the same. It would have been the same project if the gas company was with us or had they been 2 years early like they were. Yep.
Other questions that I might have missed? Yeah, Member Risser, go ahead.
On the memo, it states that a majority of the project costs were related to large sheet pile retaining walls along Mirror Lake to support new wide sidewalks and adjustment to street, including a roundabout. And I'm just wondering, were there any, could any grant money cover the sidewalks at all? If in the retaining walls, were there other outside sources that might have?
Thanks for the question. That was one other question we had is what's included in the assessments? Water main work, not included. Sanitary work, not included. All the stormwater and erosion discussion we had, that's all out of the utility funds. We have municipal state aid funds that are from the gas tax as an agency. We brought that. That's a big portion of this project. The residents didn't pay for retaining walls. They didn't pay for sheet piling walls. They didn't pay for subcuts. That was all part of the street funding task force to lower. What we did bring in is PAX funds for the sidewalks. So what they're paying for is literally 8 inches of gravel. This street has 5 or 6 inches of bituminous and the restorations of the driveways and properties. That's what's included in the assessments.
Not even the roundabout.
The roundabout's paving, that's part of the street. So that is in the cost of the assessments. Yes. But it was a $10.5 million project, and we're assessing, I don't have the exact.
Roughly 7,000, I think.
Per RU.
Per RU.
And it should have the number of properties, so I don't know the total assessment. It's probably in your packet in the resolution.
So if it had not been on the state aid street, the assessment would have been roughly what?
4X this number, 28,000 without the state aid portion of it. And without the task force taking away retaining walls and subcuts and reducing the assessment from 20% to 14.7% already in that policy transition over time.
Questions, other questions? Yeah, Member Jackson, you had some.
This is for, I'm going to pick your memory because mine's not working, but Blake Road between Excelsior and Interlochen has been under construction forever, it seems like, with a light rail. And so I think, first of all, relief that it's done, but also traffic compared to, it goes back before the pandemic. I think it was like maybe 2018 they started messing with Blake Road. So I just kind of want to set expectations that for a long time, people couldn't get through Blake Road. And this is the final step of all of that. I hope that we don't have that shut down. But I just wanted to kind of set expectations around that. So as a comment more than a question. But does that ring true? Like about
a lot of work in the area. At Excelsior in the intersection, the Southwest Light Rail project, our project. So yes, I would agree. COVID had 2 years of low traffic that came back again. So I think we're starting to see normal operations. And we can go back and look at numbers, traffic counts, historical traffic counts.
Okay, thank you.
25 years in the past if we wanted to take a peek at it.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So question on traffic. Can you just describe again, I think you said we don't have data yet because it's only been open for a year. Can you just speak a little bit more about what we might be doing to assess if we do need to have calming or other things on that road?
Yep. State aid routes are required to do traffic counts every 4 years. So we go around and do counts every 4 years. So then we get the comparison of has traffic stayed consistent, has it increased, decreased, and then we look at some of the construction projects in the area, maybe that impacted. But we also collect speeds, and then we can start to investigate the need for dynamic speed signs or narrowing traffic lanes or adding roundabouts. We did a lot of the things that we would do for traffic calming here. One of the next steps is what we talked about earlier this evening is a potential sign, dynamic speed sign along this corridor at some point.
Okay, because I do have this principle that I think is not a good position or a great position for us to be in if residents are experiencing something, but our data doesn't support it. And so I like for those two things to correlate. So I am on that road quite a bit. We live in Highlands, and so just like one of the other residents said, I'll go through there to get home often. And I actually do think it's faster going through there for some reason. Like, it's not like the roundabouts here where you've got two roundabouts, and so people really go slowly on Eden Avenue when they're going through those roundabouts. This one is, it almost feels like it's more of like a speed bump when you're going through there. And I think the one thing that I have seen that helps is when we have police station on that road. That does cause people to slow down when they see the police officer there. So I don't know if that is an issue of the roundabout or just an issue on the road in general. But I think there are some challenges with speed on that particular road. So it would be great to be able to get the data. And then I think we should assess that to see what we might need to do to make it safer. The other thing I'll add, I thought going around the curve, right in that corner, yeah. I used to cycle through there and felt like once I got to that curve, I would just pedal as fast as I could to get around. And I thought, all right, this is going to be a great project. We're going to put these sidewalks in. And I don't know that I've ever seen a cyclist get off the road and take the sidewalk, and maybe they're not supposed to. They kind of merge they stay in the road. And so that still feels like one of the safety benefits I thought we'd have just isn't there. And so I don't know if that's education of a cyclist to say, no, the safe route around that curve is to be on the shared use path versus in the street. I don't know the answer to that, but I do think it warrants us to look at, and you said we would do this, signage, maybe some lighting or something to really guide that traffic to make sure it's as safe as it can be.
So I'll just speak. We provided on-street bike facilities and off-street. So for us, it's the responsibility of the cyclist to choose where they feel the most comfortable. So every time I'm out there, you see somebody biking through, and they either choose to use the big wide sidewalks or the bike lane. So that's a personal preference on how comfortable they feel on those facilities. But we provided both options. We don't always have that opportunity to have enough space to provide both on-street bike lanes and separated facilities. So
yeah, so just to be clear, I get that. I am saying if we have the data that suggests that in this area, perhaps it's safe for you to be on the sidewalk versus in the road, that's an awareness thing that we could do to share with folks that this is a safer route than being on the road, but they do get to choose, to your point.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm trying to remember what year the Twins won the World Series when we beat Atlanta. Was that 97?
87 and 91.
91. Yeah, so I was living on Blake Road right there on 91. My next door neighbor was a former catcher for the Atlanta Braves, so we had to go sit in the Atlanta Braves section. He gave us tickets, and it was actually fun at the end when Kirby hit a home run. But, we didn't have, I was in that old farmhouse right north of Fox Meadow on the east side. We didn't have curb, we didn't have gutter, we didn't have sidewalks. It would rain and the water would pour down, and because the house was lower, water in the basement. There's been so many dramatic improvements over time, but forever that street has been one where you have to be concerned about speed and volume. And that continues, I think, even though it's a much more modern street. It can manage water better, manage traffic better, and there's some vast improvements in terms of the beautification of it with the walls and everything else. It's really quite remarkable looking. But when you hear people talk about, as Member Pierce was saying, still concerns over speed and volume, we got to keep on that. So I just say that the sooner we get some data there, the better. I concur with him on that. All right. Was there other points that you remembered that we hadn't covered?
I think we covered all the stuff that I had written down.
Okay. Could have a conversation, or we can take a motion, I guess, and then have a conversation. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 2024 dash?
I was just trying.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to make sure we answered your question about the purpose behind the project. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Yeah, I had that note written down too. All right. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 2024-72 for the Blake Roadway Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Special Assessment embodied in improvement number BA-463?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Pierce seconds the adoption of Resolution 2024-72, which is the special assessment for the Blake Road Neighborhood Roadway Reconstruction Project embodied in improvement number BA-463. Discussion. Anybody have discussion points they want to make? Okay. All those in favor of adoption of the resolution as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried? The resolution is approved. I think we tried to answer all those questions and understand the concerns of the residents, so that was a good discussion. All right, the next matter now we have before us is dealing with a piece of property we've talked about before over in Hankerson Avenue. Donnie Holmes was in front of us a while ago with an idea what to do over there. And they're back in front of us with a new idea, and that this is a public hearing matter as well. And we're going to take testimony tonight, but defer any decision on this until the middle of October, at least. And I'm going to turn now to our Community Development Director, Carrie Teague, who will make the presentation, and then Donnie Holmes, I saw Mr. Donnie here, and Steve Benke may be with us remote, I'm not sure, but okay. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The project that you mentioned that the council made decision on this past May was a proposal for 2 duplexes on these 2 lots that we're looking at. So the picture on the screen is the 2 existing single-family homes on the property. It's located just north of the Hankerson townhome, so same developer to the south. Property's zoned R1 single dwelling unit district, guided in our comprehensive plan for low density residential, basically our single family home district. Again, the 2 homes that exist on the site, access is gained off of the alley to the west. This property was originally platted way back in 1913. It was originally platted with all 50-foot wide lots. So you can see the 2 properties that we are looking at this evening were originally platted as 3 50-foot wide lots. The request is to basically reestablish that original plat. Over time, when this neighborhood developed, as was the case with these two properties, sometimes property owners would purchase a half a lot or combine lots to build on a 100-foot wide lot. The little dashed lines here indicate where that happened, where they purchased 2 lots or a lot and a half and built on a larger property. So again, here's the lots that we're looking at. So again, the proposal is to reestablish the original plat. They would gain access off the alley to the west. The homes would be required to be code compliant at the time of building permit in terms of setback, building coverage, impervious surface, all of those things. The required lot size changed in Edina in the early 70s. The minimum lot size is 9,000 square feet, 75 feet in width, and 135 feet in depth. When you run the median calculation for this neighborhood, the 3 lots that are proposed meet the median average that come out to be just over 6,500 square feet, 50 feet in width, and 130 feet in depth. So to accommodate this subdivision, lot width variances are needed for all 3 lots, lot depth variances for all 3, and lot area variances for all 3. So when we look at our pyramid of discretion, we're in the middle here, looking at a subdivision with variance. So we do have some discretion whether to approve or deny. Over the past 20 years or so, we've had similar requests. This map indicates most of them are around Pamela Park, where the neighborhoods were originally platted as 50-foot wide lots. The city's approved some, and we've denied some. In fact, there's one lot at 59th and Concord, where it was originally denied and then approved 3 years later. Each decision that the council has made at that time really zeroes in on the neighborhood. If it's the last 100-foot wide lot in the neighborhood, those have been pretty standard. Those get approved. But it's when there's a mixture of a variety of homes where those have been denied. Just to quickly look at building coverage and impervious surface. The building coverage requirement changes for lots below 9,000 square feet. The building coverage is 30%. At 9,000 square feet or above, it is 25%. So when you look at the 2 existing homes, they're well below our building coverage requirement at 17% and impervious as well. If the 2 existing homes were to be torn down, they could build up to that 25%, would be about 4,800 square feet. And the impervious surface obviously stays the same. With the proposed subdivision, they could get a little bit more building between the 3 lots because the building coverage goes to 30%. So just a little background there. Primary issue that Planning Commission and staff considered are the findings for the variance met. Both staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval. The Planning Commission vote was 8-1. Going through the variance criteria, first, the variances would be in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the ordinance. The purpose and intent of the ordinance is to establish a minimum lot size that's similar to surrounding properties. So again, most of the lots in this neighborhood are 50-foot wide lots. So we believe that it would be reasonable to reestablish the original plat. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan, again, single-family homes proposed on the site. We also believe that the practical difficulty test is met. First, looking at the reasonable use. Again, reestablishing that original plat to be consistent with the majority of the properties, lots within this neighborhood, is reasonable. The plight of the landowner is due to circumstances unique and not created by the property owner. Again, the combination of those lots to make them larger were done by a previous property owner. And we don't believe that 3 single-family homes here as opposed to 2 would alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Within the staff report, staff did provide alternatives for approval and denial. But again, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined in the resolution and staff report. But the recommendation this evening is to close the public hearing at noon on October 6th and then continue action to the next meeting. With that, I can stand for questions.
Questions for Director Teague at this point in time? Okay, I guess you don't have to worry about that, but you talked to the applicant about their presentation? And
Yes, Mr. Benke is online with us, and he'll make the presentation.
About 15 minutes or so, is that what you
Correct.
suggested? Okay. Let's get Mr. Benke on the line, and Mr. Donnet may want to participate as well. We don't hear you yet, Mr. Benke. Hold on.
He's unmuted. It's on his end.
I'm sorry, I was at.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Here.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. We are bringing this project back before you. It is the two parcels at 5120 and 5124 Hankerson Avenue. The proposal is to remove two older homes and replat the property into the original configuration of 3 50-foot lots. More than 78% of the existing neighborhood is the 50-foot lots that were originally platted back in 1913 as.
Would you restate that? Would you restate that percentage, Mr. Benke? 80%? Is that what you said?
78%.
78%. Okay.
So it's a super majority of the lots in the neighborhood. One other comment I think that we would like to make is, that we did have the picture of the front of the homes that were there. When you turn around and look the other way, you are looking at the back of Wells Fargo Bay. So these properties are still up against the commercial development of Vernon Avenue. The variances that exist here are strictly because of the change in the zoning code that was adopted many, many years after the project was platted. And while it was occasionally a situation where those home buyers or builders would choose to build on a bigger lot, my grandparents had one in South Minneapolis. It certainly isn't what happened in this neighborhood, with 78% of them being 50-foot lots. All of the homes in the area that we proposed or would be bringing in to build would be meeting all current R1 zoning requirements. Our front setbacks match the adjacent projects and the adjacent homes. We're going to continue to use the alley for access. We're not changing to homes that would then drive out onto Hankerson. We're using all current R1 zoning for our building distances. We did have a neighborhood meeting on August 20th. More than 200 letters were sent out to meet the 1,000-foot requirement. And we had one attendee outside of two from the Grandview Townhome project. And that attendee was in favor of the project. Generally, it's simply returning this part of this neighborhood back to its original configuration. We don't believe it alters the essential character with the supermajority of homes sharing this sizing. We do think that the harmony and general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance is met because of the issue of the zoning code changing well after this area was developed. We concur with the other elements of the variance discussions. We don't believe that this is caused by us, and we don't believe that there's any other reason why this shouldn't be adopted. With that, I would take questions.
All right, thanks, Mr. Benke. Let me ask council members about questions for you. Let me just start out by saying, when we approved those townhouses that were constructed over there, we were all thinking about, I think your group included, the missing middle, and then cost of construction went up. I think the land, the land you had, but the lumber side of it went up, and so they didn't quite hit the missing middle. But when you think about putting 3 smaller single-family homes on these 2 large lots, are you thinking that we might hit that missing middle, or is it still going to be pretty high end?
We believe our homes will be market rate, and determining what market rate is these days can be a hard thing. We are choosing, at least on one at this point, to construct a Braemar. Beyond that, we really have to, just like any other lot that we have purchased and redeveloped in the city of Edina, we typically are working with what the market asks for. And reminder that, even with a home of a little bit higher value on a lot like this, typically you are freeing up a home elsewhere in the city for whatever, however you want to look at it. There are other homes that in the city that either could be purchased instead of this one, or that somebody could move up from. I mean, there are just a number of different avenues where you are helping missing middle by having new construction.
All right. Yes. Member Pierce has a couple of questions for you.
So thank you for your answer. Let me make it easier for you to answer. The median home value in Edina is projected now to be at $712,000. Are these homes going to be above the median or below the median? I assume, given current pricing, that you're going to find them to be above the median. It's simply a function of the cost of redevelopment and the cost of new construction. And the mayor did allude to some of it. Materials and labor have changed significantly in the last 5 years. It is virtually impossible to build an entry-level home in Minnesota for less than $450,000 today, between developing property and then building the house. So I think you have to understand that the median is skewed currently with some lower priced homes, but new construction replaces homes that typically are aging out of usefulness. I know that one of these 2 homes is probably going to be removed. I know that one of them has a great potential of being relocated. We also looked into that after a previous meeting, and one of the other homes that we are redeveloping in Edina is being relocated. So these simply don't go into a disposal site. If the home still has some quality to it, it can be relocated and restored in some fashion. That is certainly a choice that we made. That doesn't necessarily mean it makes sense to keep it at this location. I do believe in this case, given its proximity to Grandview and Vernon and the commercial properties adjacent to it, that gentle densification in this area is a benefit to the city of Edina long term. New construction also, you're restarting the clock on the age of a house. Both of these were built. Both of these were built before I was born. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, they like I say, that they should go into a dumpster. But honestly, homes of this age have issues that go far beyond just whether or not somebody can move into them. we do want to look at energy. We do want to look at, is this really a help in terms of the city's climate goals? And you got to expect that the answer to a lot of that is no. Homes built today use about a tenth of they can use as little as a tenth of the energy as a home built in the 60s. They can also, you find that most of our homes, when you look at them, are using energy at 50% of the level that the federal government requires for 2006 era houses. So, we do build a very good home, and that does contribute to the, I think, to the energy goals of the city. So I just have one other question, and this could be something, Mr. Dunne, you could expound on as well. I'm just trying to test the theory here. So we had done some work on housing affordability, and the theory, part of the theory was if you can take a lot, or in this case, you're taking two, and you are essentially replatting those so that you can build three structures on it, that the biggest issue in Edina is the cost of the land. And so you're diffusing the cost of the land, you're spreading it across three structures. And so the theory was if you're doing that, then the prices of those homes, while they may not be $450,000, they could be above the median, but not $1 million homes. And so that was the theory. And so it'd be great if you could just explain to me that I'm wrong in what I'm thinking, and we got to go back to the drawing board. Thank you. Mr. Dunne did walk up here, so thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, no, you're correct. We're going to divide that price of the two lots now into the three, and obviously we're going to get a lower value for those lots. These aren't going to be $1 million homes unless they, I'll build one of them, and then just like I build the townhouse model, consumer will come in, buyers will come in, and we'll decide what they're looking for. If they finish the lower levels and they add a lot of options, the price of this home could approach $1 million, but they're not going to be base priced at $1 million. So we'll finish them with, and if someone comes in and wants the upper 2 bedrooms finished, and we have the optional 2 bedrooms to be finished down, and they don't want to do that right away, we can consider just selling them the 2 bedrooms up, and a great room, kitchen, several bathrooms up, with the option to finish the lower level.
So I just want to take the opportunity to thank you for saying that. I don't know if you remember, you and I had a conversation over a year ago about that. I was down in Mississippi visiting my father, and right. You and I had a conference call about that.
Right.
And so I thought that model had some promise, and so I just wanted to validate that. So I do appreciate you coming down and validating that.
And I think this is a perfect area. Like your studies that the University of Minnesota did on this area with the Vernon corridor and all the commercial. I think it's a great area to have this type of product, and we're certainly going to hope that we sell some to empty nesters, because I had a huge majority of the people that came through the parade homes during the townhouse models were looking for that type of product, and that product had a little too many stairs for them. This is going to be designed for that age group.
Good. All right. Questions? Yes, Member Risser.
I'm looking at the diagram that shows proposed residences, and I'm just wondering, it appears there's going to be a backyard.
Yes.
Okay, good. I just wanted to affirm that, because I really felt like that was something missing from the earlier proposal, and that it really is part of the character of the neighborhood. So that's important to me. I really did appreciate hearing that one of these houses might be moved to another site. And I think if that does happen, that's a story really worth telling. So I think that is notable. To Member Pierce's point about affordability, one thing that I've been thinking about for a while, and it wouldn't apply to you because the code is the code right now, but we could consider saying if a lot is under 9,000 square feet, it has to maintain that 25% instead of getting permission to go to 30. And that might encourage smaller homes that were more affordable. It's something I've been thinking about for quite some time. Anyway, thank you.
Yes, just to comment on the moving of the homes, I have done some in Edina where we've moved them off the lot and moved them to other areas and sold them, and it's worked out pretty well. Unfortunately, the one on Chowan that I've got coming up, we have to wait for the. I just talked to the house mover today who's buying that one, and France Avenue's been under construction so long that he's getting kind of disappointed now. But I said, probably by November he'll be able to do it.
I want pictures. I want to see this. It sounds great, and it keeps it out of the landfill. So thank you.
All right, folks, stand by. This is a public hearing matter. Mr. Dunne, was there anything else you wanted to add?
No.
Or Mr. Benke, anything at this point in time?
I think Paul covered it very well. Thank you.
All right, very good. Stand by. We're going to open this up now for public testimony because it is a public hearing. And is there anyone here in the audience that wishes to testify regarding this matter? Again, seeing no one coming forward and hearing nothing. Anybody online?
I don't have anyone other than Mr. Benke on the line right now. Because of that delay in broadcast, I would recommend we wait a minute before moving on. It's 9:56. I'll come back to you at 9:57 or when I have a caller, whichever's first.
The 15th.
It is now 9:58, and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with the item.
Thank you. Well, staff is recommending that, despite the fact we don't have anybody online or anybody that wanted to testify here, that we keep the public hearing aspect of this open for somebody to comment until noon on October 6th. So the motion would be close the public hearing at noon on October 6th and continue the action to the October 15, 2024 City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second? Member Jackson moves. Member Brisser seconds the motion to close the public hearing in this matter at noon on October 6th and continue the action to the October 15, 2024 City Council meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The matter will now be closed on October 6th at noon, and it will be continued to the October 15th City Council meeting. And the rhythm of the public hearing continues. Bill Neuendorf, our development manager, has the next matter, our economic development manager, I mean. Excuse me.
Yes, good evening. The next item tonight is another public hearing. I believe this is your last one for the evening, so that's a good sign. But the discussion tonight is in regards to the establishment of a new tax increment financing district. This is embodied in Resolution 2024-78. And what I'll do this evening is run through the purpose of this resolution and this proposal. It is a public hearing, so we don't expect any action tonight, but are here to answer your questions and summarize where we are and where we think we're going to go. So this particular district, we're calling it the 72nd and France number 3 district. It's right at that intersection of 77th and Gallagher in France, and there's been a couple other districts there. The intention is to create a financing district to help support private redevelopment of that parcel that's currently occupied by the Macy's Furniture Home Store. The intended redevelopment there is embodied in PUD number 25, which has been working through the process for about a year and a half. So the purpose of tonight's discussion and public hearing is to consider the future creation of a TIF district. That's done by adopting a TIF plan. That TIF plan is in your packet. It's been posted online for about 3 weeks. And that plan outlines the basics of how this TIF district would operate: the scope, the purpose, the duration, the budget, etc. So I'll run through a little bit about how TIF works in Edina, run through the site. I do have several slides that you've seen them before. They're not new. I don't intend to spend a lot of time on them based on the hour, but please know that we're here to answer any questions that you might have. So the site itself, 7235 France Avenue, as shown here in our Greater Southdale District. For context, this was not always a furniture store. Before it was built as a furniture store in the late 1970s, it was a gravel pit and a sand pit. So this old aerial photo remembers a day a few generations back when France Avenue looked nothing like it does today, but was gravel pits and sand mining operations. In the late 1970s, the Dayton Company bought that parcel and built this home store, and it's been there ever since 1977. If you visit the site today, this is pretty much what you're going to see. The Macy's home store is about 80,000 square feet of retail. It's in the far corner of the property, and the other 75% of the property is essentially a paved parking lot. Of course, the building still is occupied. Macy's does operate their furniture store there, but they have accepted a purchase offer on the site. If things go well, their intention is to relocate that store to a different location here in Edina and then have their property redeveloped. The city did commission a study and an inspection of the property to evaluate whether or not it complies with the TIF statutes in Minnesota law to be eligible in the first place. And after inspecting the site, running through the numbers, we find that it is eligible if, at your discretion, if you say that it's eligible. But by the math and by the state statute, it is an eligible site. Just a reminder of what the future site plan could look like. This is essentially the embodiment of PUD number 25 that's been working through the process. They would take the one large parcel, subdivide it essentially into 4 building pads, 3 different sites surrounded by public space, sidewalks, trails, private roads that are all public accessible, outdoor plazas and those types of spaces. So it would look quite a bit different than it does today. So what is TIF and how does TIF work? I'm not going to go through all the fundamentals unless you want me to. Happy to do that. But TIF is an economic development tool that's been used in Edina since the early 1970s. It's been used throughout Minnesota since that time, and it's been used throughout the United States for several decades, even before it became a law here in Minnesota. It's an opportunity for the city to help finance a private investment or to support a public investment to achieve those desirable public outcomes. And it's an alternative to raising the tax levy. It's a way to leverage up the private sector's investment to secure something that we're looking for as a community. So in Minnesota, there's two levels of governance when it comes to TIF. There's a state statute that really sets up the guidelines of how the city council can choose to use TIF. And then Edina also has a TIF policy that has three fundamental tenets. It's a very long policy, but the first intention is to use TIF only when necessary. Just because a developer wants to do something in Edina doesn't mean they get TIF, or even we'll have a conversation about TIF. We also typically only reimburse a developer after they finish the project. So if they fail to start the project, fail to finish the project, the city is not responsible to give them $1. And thirdly, that level of TIF support or interaction should be commensurate with the public benefits that are delivered on the site. So those standards are a little bit tighter than what's allowed in Minnesota statute, but as a community over the decades that we've used TIF, we found those criteria have worked well for us in the past, and they frame our conversation going forward. This map shows the 11 TIF districts currently in Edina. They are scattered throughout the city, but they're in those areas of change, those mixed use and commercial areas that we've been seeing a lot of change in the last 10 to 20 years. And then the bar chart on this slide shows the extent to which Edina uses TIF compared to our neighbors, our surrounding communities and our peer communities in Hennepin County. So Edina currently has about 1.6% of our tax base located in a TIF district. You'll notice we're not the lowest, but we're far from the highest. We're definitely in that lower segment of cities when it comes to the use of TIF. One caveat about this chart is that it changes every year as property tax values go up and down. But we've been on the lower end of this scale for at least the last dozen years. I mentioned TIF has been used in Edina since the early 1970s. Several projects in town that we find people know and like were created but for TIF. So Edinburgh Park and that whole Edinburgh Corporate Center was a TIF project. Centennial Lakes, the office, the retail, the condominiums, the townhomes, those were all TIF projects. The initial Grandview project that used to be industrial, the condominiums, the office space, the parking garage, the retail building, the senior center, that was all a TIF-supported project. And we've used TIF twice at 50th and France to really transform that into a desirable and a hot retail destination. I included a brief overview of a number of redevelopment projects that we've seen in Edina the last 10 years or so. Sometimes you hear comments that every project gets TIF in Edina. Well, when you look at the numbers, it's quite the contrary. Certainly we have used TIF on some projects, but the vast majority of projects in our community are privately funded without public intervention. That's always our first choice. But we do see some of these more complex projects that are phased developments or have a lot more public outcomes where TIF is used to make those projects viable. And then as far as transparency when it comes to TIF, that's something that's very important. We take seriously. So we are required by state law to file an annual report to the Office of the State Auditor. Of course we do that. We find that those documents might be legible to the auditor's office. They're not fun or interesting to read. So for the last several years, we've taken that information and put it in a more easy-to-read format, and we call that a year in review. So every January, we publish that. It lists the previous year's efforts of the HRA. The HRA is the body that really governs the use of TIF and how it's used on a daily or project basis. So that document is, of course, delivered to the HRA board at the beginning of every year and posted on our website. So if you're interested to see how TIF dollars are really used, that document has the annual update of all those details. There's a lot of process when it comes to the use of TIF. So that's why we're here tonight at our public hearing. We're at step one, and that's creating this financing district. In the future, we'll consider if we take that step and create the district, will consider how to actually spend those dollars or make those investments, whether it's an agreement with a private developer or whether it's a contract that the city holds and lets for public infrastructure. And then our final step is that ongoing monitoring and compliance, and that goes on for the duration of the TIF district until it's eventually decertified. But tonight we're looking at the areas in yellow. We're just at the very front end of this. The TIF plan that's in your packet includes some of the key details of this district, the boundaries, the scope, the duration, the budget, etc. We've already shared this information with our school district and with the county. Did that about a month ago. We shared it with our planning commission a couple weeks ago and just met with them a few nights ago. And we're here tonight for our public hearing. Now, tonight's hearing is our live event. The information has actually been live on our website for 3 to 4 weeks. We've accepted comments there, and we'll continue to accept feedback on our website. But tonight is our live event. As we finish our public comment period, we'll then enter a point in time where we will ask you, as both the HRA board separately and the city council separately, to make a decision on how to do this. But tonight is just about information. So the TIF plan is prepared by Ehlers. Ehlers is the public finance firm the city has used for many years. Also a public finance firm that provides their services to our school districts. But for this plan, Ehlers prepared that with lots of input from staff and other folks. And I'm going to just run through the highlights. These are the same highlights that are in my written report, but I have them called out here with a couple illustrations. So we're recommending that we create a redevelopment TIF district. There's several different types of districts. We're looking at a redevelopment. That's the most appropriate. The boundaries would be the 8-acre parcel plus the adjacent public rights-of-way on France Avenue in particular, in case we want to do some public infrastructure at France. A redevelopment district lasts for 25 years. We're targeting starting that district a few years in the future, in 2028, and then continuing it for 25 years until we're finished. Part of the reason why I recommend taking this strategy is due to the transformational growth and increase to our tax base. So the assessing department looks at tax capacity. Always a term that confuses us because if you're the homeowner and you get your tax bill in the mail, there's no language about tax capacity. But behind the scenes, when the assessor is doing the math, that's the terminology that they use. So today, this particular parcel has a tax capacity of about $276,000. In the future, when the project is finished, presuming TIF is support provided to make it possible, that tax capacity doesn't just increase by 10 or 20%. It doesn't double. It doesn't triple. It doesn't quadruple. It increases by a factor of about 14 times. That's the kind of transformational growth that really propels our community into the future. The TIF plan is all about financing plans. And so there's a sources and use table in the plan. Our folks at Ehlers have calculated that over the 25-year life of this district, the cumulative amount of tax increment collected is approximately $81 million. So that's on the revenue side in this TIF plan. On the spending side, we've identified the categories that are called out in the state statute. They're not very detailed, but that's the state statute. That's what we work with. So the projected uses of funds include expenses like future acquisition, site preparation and site improvements, affordable housing, utilities, other improvements like the public parking, the public spaces, the public plazas, all those types of other improvements. The administrative costs are also an eligible expense. And then the construction of any type, whether it's privately funded or publicly funded, requires debt. And so there is an interest payment component to this. That's calculated at $39 million is the interest component of these sources and uses. Now, at this point in time, we don't have a specific line item budget for these expenses. It's way too early for that. But the purpose of this document is to just lay out that broader general plan. a few other measurements of the growth in this district. Something that might be more familiar to taxpayers are the market value of this property or the actual taxes that it generates. And I don't want to just throw a ton of numbers, so I'll just go to the bottom row here. Today, the property pays about $348,000 a year in taxes. That's the existing use. If the redevelopment plan does not go forward, we could expect for the next foreseeable future to get $348,000 of property taxes from this site. Of course, there's inflation adjustments. It'd go up a little bit, maybe even down as the property depreciates a bit more, but it'd be in that same category. However, if the project is redeveloped, if we do decide to use TIF on this site, in the future, that project will pay about $3.6 million in property taxes. And that's an increase of about 10 times where they are today. So again, it's that kind of transformational change that's really impactful to our community as a whole. After evaluating the numbers, we've been talking with the developer for more than a year. We find that their argument is compelling. We find that without the use of TIF, they won't be able to secure the private debt from the mortgage lenders to get this thing built. But for the use of TIF, we don't believe this project will go forward. That's why we're here tonight.
When you say that, do you mean it won't go forward in the way that it was approved?
Correct. What we're looking.
I mean?
Yes.
That makes sense?
It does.
We asked for a lot of public elements in this project. There were things there that we wanted to see that they might not otherwise have done. So I think what you mean is that based on the things that we wanted to see in there, and with 40-some% public use, and all the elements with parking and everything else, that if we want this project upgraded in terms of materials and design and all the public elements, they can't do that without TIF.
That's exactly correct.
They could do a project without TIF, but it might not be the project we want, or have the component parts of it that we want to see, or embrace those design experience guidelines or other things that we want to see.
Exactly. We're evaluating what's in front of us today. So I know years ago there were some questions that were being asked. Could we create outlots and put a fast food restaurant in the front parking lot? That was, we talked to lots of developers and lots of interesting folks, but there was interest in doing that. I mean, that was a few years back, and Macy's wasn't really interested in that either. But certainly there are other things that could happen on the property. But then it still begs the question, does that comply with our comprehensive plan? Does it comply with the Greater Southdale plan? Does it comply with all the codes and policies and regulations that we apply? So there's a lot of hypothetical discussions we could come up with, but this TIF plan really focuses on the project that's proposed, that's been working through our process through the Planning Commission and through the zoning code to check all those boxes as far as what our standards and policies are.
Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I want to say that you should answer the question that way, but I can't tell you how to answer the question. I asked the developer last council meeting how either not getting TIF or a significantly reduced TIF would impact their project. And I think Mr. Braemar, if he felt like he couldn't do the project but for TIF, he'd have said that, and he didn't. He even started to say, I can tell you how it would impact the project. I have some ideas. And I feel like we were gracious in saying, no, don't do it off the cuff. Go back, do your analysis, and I want to see that. And so I want to see that. And I struggle with creating, maybe I'm understanding this differently. I struggle with creating a TIF district, this conversation, without that information. Because it feels to me that by approving it, we're signaling to the development community, I'd put it that way, that TIF is available at this site if you're a developer. If you come here to do a project, let's say this one doesn't get approved, then we're signaling that, yeah, this is a TIF district. Depending on what your project is, you can secure TIF from Edina for this site. Is that what, am I misinterpreting that?
I have a hard time giving firm answers to hypotheticals.
That's not a hypothetical.
But if I could maybe answer your question in a different way and ask for a little bit of patience and time. So tonight's public hearing is about the TIF district, not about the developer's alternatives. We have an October 10th HRA board meeting scheduled where we've asked the developer to come and give us an answer at that session. The idea being that as we have our public hearing tonight about the TIF district, we're assembling lots of information. Eventually, we're going to bring that information together to the city council as a whole and remind you, you heard from the planning commission, you heard from the developer, you heard from the public hearing, it's time to make a decision. So that information is coming from the developer, but we're not there.
You answered Mr. Mayor's question in the affirmative, that if we didn't have TIF, then that project couldn't go forward in the way that we have. So I don't think I asked a hypothetical question at all.
Maybe if you could re-ask your question, maybe I didn't hear it properly.
Why don't we just continue forward? Go ahead and keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. So what I heard you say is that what you're going to present tonight is the reasons why we ought to think about having a TIF district established, but we're not going to make that decision tonight.
Correct.
We're going to take public testimony on that notion, and then middle of October or sometime in the near future, we're going to make that decision. But in between then is what I did. This was new information that early in the next meeting of the HRA, Mr. Braemar will be there to say what he could or couldn't do without TIF.
Correct.
Right?
Right. Yep. That's how we've scheduled it. Yes.
Which is really a critically important thing, I think, for us to understand.
Right.
I think we'd all like to know that. Well, what could he build there if he didn't have TIF? Or if we didn't say we wanted these things, what would it look like? We might not like that at all, or we might think it's fine. I don't know. Oh, okay, good. So go ahead.
Let's see, so one other part of the TIF plan is in regards to the impact to the city and our other taxing jurisdictions. So every time we consider the use of TIF, we talk with our various city departments, police, fire, public works, engineering, to make sure that if we temporarily cap the taxes coming out of the district to the city, that we're not creating an undue burden on any of those essential services. And so there's information in the TIF plan to that effect. But in brief, after talking with our fire department, our police department, our engineering and public works, we find that the use of TIF on this site does not create the need for any additional staff, any additional equipment, any additional facilities, that it is within the abilities of our various departments to do what they do, even if the monies from those sites are capped. For the impact of the schools in the county, we find that there's no impact because, per our findings so far, without the use of TIF, the site will stay as is. There won't be any incremental taxes. It'll just be the base tax. So we find no impact to those entities as well. And as this is just for reference, but we always talk about public benefits.
Member Risser has a question for you.
Can you go back to that last slide? Okay. I get concerned when I see that the way we're measuring the impact of a development on staff is based on whether we're going to have to hire additional staff, because I think that's not a very accurate measurement of the impact the development could have on the burden of providing service. And so we are taking a furniture store and replacing it with a lot of housing, some commercial, and all of that, possibly an underground tunnel. One of the people, I think it was Michael Schroeder, noted that he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't be a place where people gathered or, sought shelter and stuff like that. So this will place additional burden on our staff, true?
After speaking with the fire, police, and engineering departments, they will certainly provide service to the site, but they did not indicate to me that it would create a burden on them.
Okay, so it'll be like the exact same amount of time as they spend servicing the Macy's site?
There's detailed language in the TIF plan. I can read it if you like, but the response is different. The users are different. So right now, the furniture store, I don't know exactly what the service calls are there, but the sprinkler system is, there's calls for service on the fire protection side. I'm guessing there's calls for service on the shoplifting and those types of provisions. So certainly the police and fire department do go to that site today. When there's different users on the site, they'll continue to go there. They did estimate the call volume based on what they typically see. So it's not exactly the same because, of course, the uses are different. But based on their input, they don't foresee it to be a problem.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Newendorf. Thank you.
Anytime the city uses TIF, we always try to align that with public benefits, with our policies and our standards that we apply to new development. So just a reminder, for this TIF project, we're looking at taking the large parcel, subdividing it into smaller pieces as directed in our Greater Southdale plan, creating public easements over all those places so the general public can use those as they feel comfortable. Renderings of the buildings, just as a reminder, different perspectives of the site plan. These will all come from the most recent PUD number 25. And then just again, as a reminder, in case there's conversation later, we still are looking at a possible pedestrian crossing across France Avenue. These are the most recent sketches. They're far from complete. It's not the end of the story. But anytime you use tax increment financing, you can always use those dollars to finance public infrastructure. Most recently, we've just done that here around City Hall. All of the roadway improvements here were funded through TIF dollars. A few years ago, we did it on the west side of the highway, where those road improvements by Eden, by the Hilltop, by OLG, those were all TIF funded, and we could do something similar here if that decision is made in the future. So at our last conversation with the City Council and HRA, there was definite interest expressed in pursuing something. So we did leave the door open for that, but whether it goes underground, over the road, whether it's an enhanced at-grade crossing, none of those decisions are made yet. But the way the TIF plan is written would allow us to use some funds that are TIF generated to pay for that public infrastructure.
Well, on that same topic then, on slide 18, the projected use of funds, does that include the potential construction of the underpass, I'll call it?
It does.
Passageway?
It does. In that broad category, it's called other improvements.
Yeah.
That's where we included those types of improvements.
Marissa.
During the Planning Commission, and I believe they did not approve this, but the vote was kind of challenging to understand. One of the concerns raised was that they wouldn't have an opportunity, there wouldn't be a public hearing on the proposed underpass. If this is approved, will there be public hearings on the underpass?
If the TIF plan is approved, I don't believe there are public hearings that are required. Certainly there'll be public meetings and public input, but I don't believe, unless our city attorney has a clearer answer, I don't think there's a mandated public hearing for that type of capital improvement.
So it would be just like the Grandview pedestrian bridge where there was no public hearing for that?
Correct. I don't believe there's public hearings required for roadway
There
projects.
could be, if we wanted one.
Thank you.
So this slide just summarizes some of the other public benefits to be pursued on this site. Compliance with our applicable plans and policies regarding sustainable building, affordable housing, that Greater Southdale plan, our comprehensive plan. And then on the right side of the screen is a more itemized list of a lot of those benefits that we are pursuing here through the use of TIF and having the developer put those improvements in the ground for us, as opposed to the city paying to put those improvements in directly. So in conclusion, our findings do determine that the site does qualify as a redevelopment district. The site plan is generally consistent with our plans for redevelopment. The project is capable of supporting public benefits that would not otherwise be delivered. And I think that's one of the key things. Right now, the city does not have a plan to put in sidewalks and additional public space on that building, but the developer does have a plan to do that. We do find, after reviewing the developer's pro formas, that the construction costs do create a financing gap that would hinder the ability for them to secure private debt. That's where the TIF can come in and fill that gap and get the project moving. We also find that there's additional taxes not only to support the private investment on the site and all the public benefits there, but to also support a pedestrian crossing if it's determined to do that in the future. So in conclusion, it's our finding that we don't reasonably expect that this type of proposed project can move forward without the use of TIF. That's the staff recommendation. Of course, the finding is always in your hands, and that's where I'll turn it over to you. My recommendation is that we continue this public comment period. Of course, we're here to answer your questions tonight, hear from the general public tonight, but we'll keep the public comment open for another week until Sunday, and then table the consideration of the resolution until later in the month. Right now, looking at October 15th is where we're aiming to schedule that for action. With that, I turn it back to you. Of course, I'm available to answer any questions, and our team from Dorsey and Whitney and Ellers Associates are, of course, here to answer questions as well.
Further questions for Mr. Noondorf at this point in time? Yes, Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a number of questions. First of all, in this packet, we got the TIF policy. And just generally looking at the website, how can we find a copy of that? Where would we find the policy if I wanted to look online and not look at tonight's meeting?
Sure. So if you go to edina.mn.gov, there's a tab that says TIF, or maybe About TIF. There's also a search engine at the top right corner, I think, of the website. You can type TIF and it'll pop up. But we included a lot of pertinent information so that the general public and anyone in general can find that information readily. And that's the TIF policy, I think, is in the second sentence or the second or third sentence from the top, where it talks about policies that we apply when we consider TIF.
Okay, thank you. So why 25 years? Why did we choose the type of development that would have the TIF last for I think that's the maximum amount of time. They're 15-year TIF and 20-year TIF and 25-year TIF. Why are we looking at the 25-year TIF?
Sure. So there's two reasons. When you create a redevelopment district, that's the term that goes along with it. There's other types of TIF districts that are shorter, but this particular site qualifies as a redevelopment, so that's kind of the pairing. And then from a more practical perspective, based on the scale of this project, based on the size of the financing gap that the developer is seeing, and based on the interest in pursuing some type of public improvement near the site as well, we're finding that we would need that full 25 years. Now, when it comes down to the end of it, as it gets close, if we've been too conservative in our estimates, maybe we can close it early. But I wouldn't want to create a shorter district knowing that our needs are going to necessitate a longer district, the 25 years.
Okay, thank you. You intimated my next question is, this is a two-part question. First of all, the capacity that we could potentially have a TIF would be the $80.98 million. We're not going to necessarily issue a note for that amount, or
No.
But that's sort of the maximum size of what we could do, and it would be considerably less than that. Is that correct?
So the 81 million is the cumulative amount of tax that would be foreseen to be collected in that district. That could be spent or allocated as we deem appropriate. At this point, as we've been negotiating with the developer, and we're still hot and heavy in the middle of those negotiations, we're aiming at about 75% of the TIF being used to support the private and about 25% being used to support the public infrastructure. But we would, until we're actually finished with those negotiations, I don't have a firm dollar amount to identify.
Okay. And as it is possible, though, that it could be paid off early and closed out before the full 25 years. Is that correct?
We don't like to tell our developers this, but one of the reasons that the city likes to use Ellers is because they only accept municipalities and governments as their clients. They don't work for the private sector per se. And so as they do their projections, they're always a little bit more friendly to the public sector. So sometimes their numbers are conservative, not ridiculously conservative, but if there's going to be an error, we always like to err in the public's favor. And so while we think that we'll need the full 25 years, as an example, if everything goes well and a little bit better, and things in Edina tend to go well and a little bit better than you expect, we should be able to pay that off a little bit early. It's hard to predict what's going to happen over 25 years, so I don't want to lock us into something. But yeah, we always try to make sure that the assumptions are in our favor, in the public's favor.
Okay, thank
Member
you.
Jackson, can I just a clarification on the question that you just asked? You said that we're negotiating with the developer. Can you just clarify, when you answered that last question, can you just clarify what we're negotiating with the developer currently?
Sure. So there's two parts of the TIF conversation, right? So tonight we're looking at creating the TIF district, which essentially is a spending plan. What's the budget? Separately, we're having negotiations with the developer to find out what they really need to make their project viable. So we're talking about how we would structure a TIF note, what the interest earnings look like, what are the requirements, what are the levels of risk, who does what first. And we've prepared a term sheet that was presented to the HRA in August that had a general roadmap, but there was a lot of blanks that still need to be filled in. We all know that interest rates dropped a little bit in the last week and a half, which is fantastic. So and we also know that there have been some changes to the site plan from the preliminary approvals back in June to the final approvals 2 weeks ago and then tonight. So there's a lot of moving parts. And so until those parts stop moving as quickly, we're still in that negotiation phase.
So
Go ahead, Member Jackson.
Yeah, thank you. I have some questions for Mr. Lindgren.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Again, for the record, Jay Lindgren with the Dorsey and Whitney Law Firm, special counsel to the City for Economic Development.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Lindgren. So, first of all, people often talk about, well, this isn't really blighted. It's a store, it's open. Can you give us, and I know this is a big question for a short answer, but has the use of TIF changed over the last 20, 30 years? Was it originally used for projects like this, or has the general growth of the use of TIF in Minnesota changed from like really blighted, no jobs, no nothing, we're desperate, we need TIF, to what we're looking at here, which is public benefit for development, taking a nice property and making it much nicer? Can you summarize that?
I would say, and And saying, as someone that has done this for 30 years, actually it's more difficult to use tax increment than it was 30 years ago. It isn't easier. There are a variety of different districts that can be used for very narrow purposes and so forth. I think it's important to sort of focus on this word blight because it's commonly used, but it's not the standard in the statute. The standard in the statute has really two parts. One is a whole listing of things that aren't functionally working well. And pretty much any building that's old in any sense of the word is. But then there's another very specific test which says that, and I always make sure I get this right, but I think I will, that if it costs more than 15% of a new building to bring that building up to current building standards, that makes the building substandard. And so what's developed over the course of the last 20 years, because you all are asked to make a finding that it is substandard, and so it's become very common to use a professional consulting firm, not Ehlers, not Dorsey, but someone with architectural or engineering or building operations to come in and say, is that the case? And so that's why, at least all the time that I've worked with the city, we always get a report that says you meet the statutory definition. So I hope that answers your question. There's a specific statutory definition, and we always make sure we have a complete professional set of findings and that it's not a gut check.
Okay, good. That's very helpful. So another thing that we've been talking about is creating public space in this deal, and the interior streets and some of the walkways and everything. You've helped draft this agreement and everything. How public is the public space that we've got? We're going to get some easements, I understand. Can you tell us, is that fully public? Is it quasi-public, like a shopping mall? Or what is the space that we would look at the picture and say it's green, it's a walkway, this looks like public space? How public indeed is that space?
So this redevelopment agreement that we're negotiating, as Mr. Neuendorf, that comes back to you based on that term sheet you looked at before. We'll have all that detailed out, and you get a full look at that, just again affirming that that decision hasn't been made. But to your specific question, again, without it in front of me, but if you think of the four buildings and then all the stuff that on the diagrams is green, that would all be subject to one or more public easements. So, for example, there are two private roadways, which are 100% 24 hours a day, need to function as if they were a public roadway, but they're privately maintained. So there's full access to those, including full access into the parking structures, where we would have designated parking agreements, which are perpetual, and so the public could always park there. And then there's what I would call the plaza, the main area between the northwest building and the southwest building. That is fully publicly accessible, except that it could be limited to hours, the same way we would limit a public park. Say 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. or something like that, which is more for safety than anything else. So, and the other thing, then there's one other public easement along the west side, along France, that would either be a public easement that would go into the underpass, if that was the decision to be made, or it would be a wider than normal public access sidewalk along France that would be 24 hours a day, perpetual.
Okay.
So I think I've covered them all there, but in my mind, they're very public.
Okay, terrific. And so in our policy, I was looking through the policy this afternoon, we are looking for permanent public benefits. So an easement is a property right, and that's permanent. It's not 20 years, it's not 50 years, we have that and it's permanent. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I fully agree.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was going to stump the lawyer a lot, but I haven't stumped you yet. I think that's it.
I'm ready. Stump me.
But just to confirm one last time, and that is that the City of Edina's tax increment policy is considerably more narrow in what we will, if we follow our policy, that's more narrow than what's allowed under the state statute. Is that correct?
It is, and I say in the better part of 20 years that I've been able to help you with these projects, it's become more narrow, and it's become focused on the things that have also changed kind of qualitatively as you all and your predecessors have made decisions about what you want the community to look like. We only focus in on those. So we focus on public benefit. We're actually under the state statute, if a building was just too expensive to finance, you could pay for bricks and mortar for the building. We've never done that. Yeah, so directly, yes, you have a more narrow, tailored approach that is primarily focused on public benefit.
Okay, thank you very much.
Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I've got a couple of questions, and I think they may be for either you or Mr. Anhut. And so I'm just going to tee it up this way, and then you guys can rush the podium to answer. I feel like there's, I need more clarity in what we're doing. And so I teed this up last time. Every time I've asked the question, what happens if we don't approve TIF? The answer has always been the project dies. The project won't get approved, right? So I asked the developer, if you get little TIF or no TIF, how does that impact your project? And he did not say, well, if you don't give me TIF, this project dies. And so I think that we're making statements here that to me seem either they're not true or we're not sure whether they're true or not. And so I am saying you or Mr. Anhut because on slide 16,
both of us, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
Because on slide 16, right, where we've got the Ehlers brand is here and the Edina brand is here. The second statement says, but for the use of TIF, the approved project will not be able to secure debt and equity required to move forward. I don't think that's true. And if we have data to suggest that that's true, I'd like to see it. And I'd like for the developer to have said, without TIF, I can't do this project. And I will bet both of you a bourbon that he won't come back and say that. Because if he does, then we don't offer TIF and we should get the project that we've preliminarily approved. But he won't say that. He will have to come back and he'll have to adjust that project somehow because he's now already admitted that, yep, I have some ideas of what I would do if I don't get all of the TIF. He's already teed that up. So that statement can't be true. Unless this is just some general statement that we make about every TIF project. And then the second one, but for the creation of the TIF district, the economic and physical benefits will not be realized. Like that can't be true. So that's saying that without TIF in this area, we can't fund public improvements. And you just gave an example, maybe not an example, but the statement that, sure, there could be other sources to get this work done. And so I just want us to be like really clear here. The one thing that has been clear to me is when we talk about capacity. And so TIF creates more capacity for us to get work done. Okay, logically I get that. And so the example that Mr. Neuendorf, you gave, which I think is a great one, around this building, we use TIF to address some traffic concerns that the Sunny Slope neighborhood had. We've increased pedestrian pathways so people going to OLG now can more safely traverse this area. We've got some other road improvements that we're doing. So that all makes sense to me. That we've created capacity with Mason Green, to do some of that work. That makes sense to me. But I struggle with some of these statements because I'm being very honest. I just don't think they're true because I've not seen any data to support that. And the developer has already teed some of that up. So how should I, as a council member, here's the question, how should I, as a council member, interpret what the developer has already teed up and the data the information you're giving me tonight that we're going to use to establish this TIF district?
And Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Pierce, if I can start, and I'm sorry when I interrupted you before, I think I was saying I think it should take both of us to answer this, because I think there's two parts to it, okay?
Thank you.
And the first part that I would say is that you have approved a land use plan that has many, many elements, okay? I'm not here to defend the developer, I'm here to defend you. But the first thing is the numbers that we look at, that I'll pass the buck to Nick in a moment, show that there isn't the capacity to build all those elements, particularly the elements that are public. So could I quantify what they are? And do I think you ask a great question that the developer should quantify them? But I know what the list is. They're the public benefits we talked about. Would the project be financeable to include dedicated public parking so people could park there and access other areas in Southdale? It would be the amenities that are within the green space, not just because it isn't because the residents wouldn't want those amenities, but they wouldn't have to be publicly accessible because we wouldn't have a tool to require them to be publicly accessible. And second, they would be something else probably. Okay, that's the first place I'd start. Now the second thing, and if I can hand it to Mr. Anhut, the other thing that we look at carefully is actually understanding whether or not their project is financeable or not at the budget that's been established with all of those approved elements.
And just to clarify, so that includes in the context, using the construct that you just presented, would be all of the additional benefits that the city of Edina is placing on the project in expanding the promenade, the additional 2 roads,
sustainability standards, building to certain LEED standards or whatever. All those things add incremental costs that make a better project, And I'll make one other global statement because it's always the way when somebody asks me for the first time what TIF is, it's as simple as this: is to build something in a greenfield costs here, to redevelop a piece of land costs here. There's already a gap, and then you add qualitative additions because of the great place we all want Edina to be, the gap gets bigger. So all TIF is a tool to fill that financial gap. And again, Mr. Anhut can explain the financial gap better than I, but I can see it's there. Okay. And so I'm comfortable saying this project wouldn't be built, or at least once we're done with our negotiations that we present to you, it would say, for your consideration, this project can't be built without the use of tax increment. Some other project can be built, yes. And I get that you haven't heard the answer, what else could be built. But the project that was approved by you from June to September could not be built without the use of tax increment.
Okay. Thank you.
And to just piggyback on that point, Nick Anhut with Ehlers & Associates, financial advisors to the city, and we did draft the TIF plan document in coherence with the statute. But to get into the negotiation aspect that Mr. Neuendorf had mentioned, this is a $300 million project that the developer is going to have to be able to leverage over $100 million worth of equity into the project, and then potentially $200 million worth of mortgage or bank financing in order to actually build everything that's being included in that project. And that scale of redevelopment, we estimate, based on the rents that they're proposing to charge, the rents that other developments are able to obtain in Edina, in existing properties, are not going to be able to support that level of investment where it makes it financially feasible to use that kind of money to invest in this community. And so our analysis suggests that somewhere between about $20 to $25 million, there's a gap just from the financing specifically of the project. However you allocate that to whatever component of the project you want to, there's a fundamental $20 to $25 million gap inherent in the scale of the costs associated with building this project. And so that needs to be tackled in some way, that using additional forces beyond private sector investment. We can certainly imagine a developer standing up here and hypothetically offering that maybe there are some tweaks that could be made. The city's policy requires affordable housing within the development. If the city waived that affordable housing requirement, that would unlock additional rent proceeds that could lever more debt and more equity investment that could whittle that gap down. I'm not speaking for him on that, and I know that you all are going to uphold the city's policy, but that is something that I think he was probably thinking about in trying to frame an answer to that question. But given the project that we know and all of the restrictions or benefits that you all have adopted for this site, we do estimate that there is about a $20 to $25 million gap in this project that would need to be filled by an external source, not from private investment in this site, but from tax increment financing, maybe from grant proceeds from other types of entities, which we are, I believe, in the agreement trying to pursue, but we don't have control over. And absent those things, I don't believe that we have any other tools. The city could certainly find another pot of money and make that available to the development, but that would be leveraging your own resources that you need to use to operate this city, invest in your own infrastructure and things like that. And that level of investment probably isn't rising to the priority necessary to make it used for just this site. But that's my answer to your question.
Well, if I play that back, just to try to simplify, so here's the Macy's project, and what we've done as a city, this can be financed privately. And then what you guys are saying is that, all the city codes, all the things that we've asked for, the dog park, right? Sinking the dog park, more parking, extending the promenade, the underpass.
Carving it into 4 pieces.
Carving it into 4 pieces. Those things are creating this gap. And your analysis is saying, now the project is here. To get this done plus this requires some other funding source. And the one that we are choosing to use as a city for now is TIF. And we're looking at grants and other things. This is not a gotcha kind of statement. I'm just trying to clarify. It sounds like that's what you're saying.
I do. I think this is a building with all, a development with all its elements that's not financeable. So, use this number of $25 million. $25 million would either have to come from some source, or it would have to come out, and now you have a whole new project, which A, you haven't approved as what you want for our town, and B, I don't know whether that project's financeable or not.
Because it doesn't exist.
Because it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah. Okay.
And it might not be a project that a developer wants to invest over $100 million in equity into. But there certainly is a lower scale project out there somewhere that could be financed. But I suspect that it's a much larger or a much smaller development, and it's not going to necessarily meet all the objectives that I think the city wants to pursue for this site.
Well, that's fair. And so I've also asked the question, I don't know if I asked Braemar this, but I have asked developers the ROI and this comment about, the return that our investors want, right? So if we're in the position as a city to make adjustments, right? And maybe you don't know that, but that's my other question then. So let's understand that too.
Yeah, so the level of equity that would need to go into this project and the debt, so certainly they need to demonstrate to banks that they're going to be able to generate enough revenue in operating these facilities that they're going to be able to repay whatever debt they lever on the project. In addition to that, they're going to be able to show their equity investors that they're actually going to provide a return on their investment after that debt is paid. There's a variety of different ways you can measure returns, but one of the ones that we've used in other projects to try to streamline and make projects comparable to one another, despite their differences in how much debt they use, how much equity they use, what types of projects they are, is just a simple return on cost measure where you take the total cost of the project and you look at the operating income that it generates and you compare whether that operating income generates a sufficient return to be financeable. Their projections, based on a $300 million project, are that they're going to be able to leverage enough debt, and the equity that would be required would probably have a 3% return. We're hearing that you need in excess of 6 to 7% return to make anything economically feasible for that level of investment. You know, these are private entities. They do need to actually make a profit on this, or they need to see a light at the end of the tunnel, if you will. So that's almost double what they can leverage on their own. Now, you know, I'm using rounded figures, but we are in negotiation right now with them. We also will typically include a cap in the agreement that says that, yes, we're committing to potentially use this fund with you right now, but we're going to require that you actually prove out the final costs, the actual income that you're generating on this project, and we'll evaluate those returns in the future and have a mechanism that we can right-size the amount of assistance based on the actualities of the project. And so right now, those returns that we're trying to negotiate what that level of return should be, and I will say it's in that 6 to 7% range.
Add two things. The right sizing of the note is important. I mean, it was mentioned in Mr. Neuendorf's, but understand the way that we've always done it in this city is even if you approve this redevelopment agreement, they don't get a check. They get a promise that once it's built and once they come back and they prove to Mr. Neuendorf and Mr. Anhut what their actual costs are, the dollar amount that it will never go above what we put in the redevelopment agreement, but it could go lower. Okay. And the second thing, and I know you know this, but I think it's important to state, we have another test, and a test that goes beyond the statutory requirement, which we call a look back, which is depending on the time, whether a project, if it's at a project sold or some point in the future, we get to look again and say, okay, how is it performing based on that measurement of return that Nick was talking about? And if it is higher, then we get to terminate the note or claw back in some fashion. So we have a test, and then we continue to test it over multiple years. With
Thank you.
Member Risser.
I share some of the frustrations that Member Pierce articulated a little earlier, and one of the points that was raised during the Planning Commission was that TIF-financed projects bump out what could naturally occur on the site. And I get that it might be smaller. That might not be such a bad thing, especially if we can save all the money we would have spent on the TIF. So that does really matter. The other thing is seeing that slide, and I think it was 19, which put the value of the property at, I think, $12.1 million. But the property's changed. We've subdivided the property. We've added, we've rezoned it, so it's no longer only PCD3. You can put residential on there. You can put medical office. So I think we've already enhanced the value of that land. And so to argue that we're never going to see anything over $348,000 in tax payments, I think is a little misleading. But the other thing is I still have a lot of questions. This is a complicated project, but this is also a public hearing, and it's 7 minutes after 11. So, I'm just feeling, and, having been that person on the phone waiting for the public hearing to open up, I don't know if that's happening or not, but It's a lot, and maybe we want to let people speak.
Mr. Newendorf, could you come back up and tell us a little bit about the conversation with the Planning Commission? Then we'll have a public hearing. We'll open up the public hearing.
Sure. Are you referring to the recent Planning Commission conversation?
Yeah, I guess the recent one that Member Risser is alluding to.
Sure. So we met with the Planning Commission on September 25th. A visit to the Planning Commission is one of the steps in that procedure per state code, and had a vigorous conversation there. I've always found that when you discuss a TIF plan with the Planning Commission, every single time it's confusing. I haven't found a way to simplify it or make it not confusing. And last week's conversation was confusing for the planning commissioners. We're compelled by state law, and Mr. Lindgren can clarify if I'm off here, but we're compelled to ask the Planning Commission for their opinion about whether or not the plan, like the project, the 4-building private road public access project, if that complies with our comprehensive plan. And they're requested to make a written opinion as to whether or not it complies with the comprehensive plan. At the Planning Commission, I did submit my findings or my report where I listed the various goals and objectives in our Greater Southdale plan, our comprehensive plan, our Southeast Edina plan, along with the fact that the City Council had followed up on the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve this PUD number 25, and then had it formally adopted that PUD. And so the conclusion that I reached was based on the procedural steps in the Planning Commission's initial recommendation, followed through by the City Council, based on the codes and standards that we've adopted. It was my opinion that the TIF plan and the project that's in the TIF plan follows our comprehensive plan. It's always confusing for Planning Commission. So at the end of the day, the final vote was 3 folks in support, 1 person in opposition, and 2 people abstaining from the vote. So if you look at the ayes and the nays, it looks like it passed. But when you look at Robert's Rules of Order, the 2 abstentions mean that you lost your quorum. So it was a 3-to-1 vote without a quorum, which means that the Planning Commission could not reach a formal conclusion on that recommendation. So it's not mandatory that the Planning Commission consent, or better way to put that is the ultimate decision rests with the City Council, right? The Planning Commission serves as an advisory role to help inform you as the City Council makes their decisions. In this case, that body was unable to reach a written approval or rejection. So that's what we present to you as far as the outcome of that conversation. I hope someday I can find a way to make it not confusing, but every single time I've done that, it is confusing. So that's a little bit about what happened.
Member Risser.
One of the things that they were very concerned about was if they approved it, if that was saying they were approving the tunnel. And so I know that was a really big concern, so I just wanted to note that.
So noted. Yeah, one of the comments, and I did not go to the Planning Commission meetings from months ago, but apparently there was conversation, and I think Director Teague had attested to that when the concept of an underpass or an overpass or whatever it might be was brought up to the Planning Commission, they had rendered an opinion along with their previous recommendation that the site plan be accommodating to whatever that might look like. But yet the Planning Commission, a couple of them raised concerns. They wanted to know more about the underpass or the overpass, how it might look, how it might work, and there was some concerns that were raised by them.
Also location.
Right. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Newendorf or our consultants? All right, let's open this matter up for public testimony. And
My name is Jim Groats. I live at 5513 Park Place. My wife and I have lived in this city since 1979. First 30 years, I would classify the city's objective was fiscally conservative. It now appears the financial objective of the city has changed to be fiscally aggressive. It appears this TIF project is an example of a fiscally aggressive handout to a developer which lacks financial disclosure. It started out as an approximate $23 million handout to the developer. However, as previously pointed out at a city council meeting by another resident, the future approximate interest cost paid by the taxpayers would be $28 million. And that was not disclosed because the argument was, oh, we don't know what that will be. In the industry I'm in, if you sold on that basis, it's a one and done. Your ticket is done. That brings the total to 51 million, which is still growing. Tonight we saw 80 million. I mean, you're not ready to do anything here because this thing is so fluid and so flux and changing so fast. I'm concerned these aggressive giveaways by the city will cause a decline in the city's credit rating, which will negatively impact all Edina taxpayers. I hear statements made tonight, oh, well, we have to pay for the public benefits, including a sidewalk. Wait a minute. If you're going to have a business and you're going to offer retail, these are improvements that have to be paid for by the developer because there's no market whatsoever for retail space where the public can't go into the business if you're selling. There's no market for that. They have to pay for that. That's not a public benefit. That's a requirement they have to have. You're just all making this up to jack the money up. This defies logic because the mayor is on record stating this is one of the most valuable pieces of property in the city of Edina. So why are we paying somebody $80 million to come in and build? Get over it. There's no green space. This is a concrete jungle. This is built to 1950s standards. This whole thing needs to be scrapped and started over with green space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Groats.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This has been a very stimulating introduction here tonight. So let me just mention that in just a few short days.
Your name and address, please.
Yes, Ron Anderson, 5728 Cambridge Drive. Thank you. You will reconvene to vote on the matter at hand, a now $80 million tax increment financial district. The term sheet associated with the proposed district indicates $51 million for Enclave. In addition, the TIF plan presentation to the Planning Commission references $30 million for a non-motorized crossing of France. That's been discussed a bit here earlier. That seems to me to constitute an assumption of an approval of a future project of that nature. At the very least, it begs the question of how you might opt out of it. I urge you to reconsider this approach. For that matter, I urge you to reconsider approval of this TIF district in its entirety for the following reasons. You will create even more frozen tax capacity. This will continue the prevention of residential property tax relief for necessary police, fire, and emergency services. Someone has to pay for these services, and with frozen tax capacity, it falls to the current taxpayer. Given the failure to close out TIF districts even after their decertification, it continues to make a case for continued sequester of millions of dollars of potential tax relief. On September 17th, as Councilmember Pierce mentioned earlier, he asked the burning and very necessary question, how would no TIF or a significant reduction in TIF impact the site plan that you've shown us today? I would suggest that the site plan would be smaller, reflective of more of our zoning ordinances and design guidelines. A quicker project completion would contribute to the tax revenues of the city in real time. that would still be profitable for the development team. This could create less demand on infrastructure as well. That's called smart development. As you may know, the City of Edina has seen an increase in TIF districts since 2020. This would be the 12th, 10 districts in 2020, this would be the 12th, and yet there are still decertified districts which remain open. We're moving in a direction at odds with both the state and common sense because there's been a statewide decline since 2004 in TIF districts and flat for the last 8 years. In 2 weeks, you'll give a final vote on this TIF district. Please vote no. As always, thank you for your continued service to the City of Edina. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Is there a way to zoom in on that?
Better hold that microphone closer, please.
Yep. Is it on? Yep. There you go. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ralph Sickert. I live at 4311 Cornelius Circle. Residents of Edina. I'm going to start with 2 quick slides followed by a short vignette. First, an overview of TIF. This slide summarizes the key information for every one of Edina's 15 active TIF districts. The OSA reports as referred to by Mr. Neuendorf, except for the 2 years he wasn't able to provide for the Eden-Wilson district. The first thing I'd like to point out is the $351 million that is projected of TIF dollars captured by these latest 12 sites. Another $80 million from the proposed Macy site means that there will be $432 million of tax revenue sequestered into these districts. The other thing I want to point out is that there's $18 million associated with 3 districts that were decertified some 10 to 20 years ago. So the early closeout of a district, albeit that they stopped capturing incremental taxes after decertification, they've gone on for another 10 to 20 years and have some $18 million in cash and loans, and recently allocated another $9 million to the Spark Fund. Second, let's look at the specifics associated with the Macy site in a way you've not seen before. I'd like to share two things. One, when you look at the tax levy for 2024, the total tax levy for the city was $54 million. When you look at the Macy's site, what's proposed for Enclave and Lifestyle, it's $51 million. There's another $29 million of that TIF district to reach that $80 million. The only way you're able to see those numbers, they're not on any presentation that's been made by city staff. Not in the HRA, not in the city council meeting. What you have to do is follow the whole chain of events. You have to look at what's been posted in managers' comments and Better Together to be able to come up with those numbers. But that's what they are. Finally, let's talk about how TIF really works. In Edina.
Let me ask you, Mr. Zickert, I've let you drift over the 3-minute mark.
Yep. And you've let people drift way over the 3-minute mark. And if you're not,
if
they're not concerned about $80 million,
I'm going to let you finish up your presentation here. So go ahead.
Thank you. You've got your housing, your residential housing, and your apartment units in Edina today. Their combined piggy banks have a nice stash of cash. Each year, via the general levy, some of that cash, some $54 million, is put in the general levy. There are also some future promised $51 million of property taxes that are associated with the TIF district. Each year, a little bit of that is put in the bucket. A little more is put in the bucket. A little more the next year is put into the bucket. A little more is put into their piggy bank the next year. So in the end, you end up with $51 million. And at some point, you start taking out of those future taxes and start filling the $30 million bucket until that's full. When you have that IOU paid off, the taxes associated with that, well, maybe you want to take some money out of the 3 TIF districts where you've got $28 million and transfer it to the Spark Fund. Residents of Edina, I hope this has been helpful, yet I have no illusion that my lone voice will change the outcome of the vote on October 15th. I say that as prior comments by the HRA members reflect the allure of creating yet another $30 million piggy bank over which there's almost no oversight. However, I do hold the illusion that my lone voice will, in the coming weeks, change some choices at the voting booth. Thank you.
Anyone else? Not seeing anybody coming forward. Anybody online? Okay. All right. The suggestion here from staff is that we're going to take this up after more public input, leaving it open for more public input until Sunday, October 6th, and continue the action on the potential resolution until the October 15, 2024 City Council meeting. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We got a motion and a second to close the in-person public hearing, keep the public input open until Sunday, October 6, 2024, and continue the action on the resolution until the October 15, 2024 City Council meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. That motion's approved. All right, we got some more work to do yet, and Chair Lonsbury's been waiting patiently back there all this time. We're going to go to reports and recommendations. We're finally through the public hearing portion of the agenda, and we're going to go to the first matter in the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda, and that has to do with the potential modification of the Heritage Preservation Commission and Edina Heritage Landmarks embodied in Resolution 2024-77. Director Teague is going to introduce the matter. We've got Jane Lonnquist, our HPC Chair, our Heritage Preservation Commission Chair, Rachel Peterson, and Elizabeth Gales. Others available for consultation as we talk about these possible amendments. So, Director Teague, go ahead and lead us off.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This is a project that the Heritage Preservation Commission and staff have been working very hard on over the past 1 to 2 years. Just want to reiterate the names of the people who were most involved here. Emily Dalrymple, our assistant city planner, who's the liaison to the commission, who couldn't be with us this evening. She's due any day now. Chair Jane Lonnquist, Bob Cundy, and Rachel Pollack, who were the subcommittee that worked countless hours in helping with this. Our new excellent consulting team, Rachel Peterson and Elizabeth Gale, also were big contributors here, as well as, of course, the city attorney to make sure that everything we were doing was legal. The full presentation was at your last city council meeting, and there's a ton of detail there. Some of the bigger picture items, the process is made more clear. We've added an escrow fee and policy to help with enforcement, updated the plan of treatment. The Planning Commission reviewed this, and their recommendation was for approval on a unanimous vote, as well as the Heritage Preservation Commission, of course. This ordinance would be implemented when the building department, I forgot Nate Borwage, our building official, who is also here with us. Sorry about that, Nate, but Nate was very helpful all along the way as well. This ordinance would be implemented when the building department implements a new software system. Some of its staff will now have to review every building permit within the country club district. So that's going to take some time to put out the red flags, and they are looking at a new system. So that will likely occur in late 2025. As mentioned earlier this evening at the work session, the HPC hopes to do a lot of education around this ordinance. So we're ready to hit the ground running. The requested action this evening is to adopt the ordinance number 2024 and waive the second reading and adopt the resolution that approves the update to the country club plan of treatment. So with that, everybody is here to answer any questions that you may have.
Member Risser.
At the hearing for the Planning Commission and also for our hearing, there were residents who expressed concern about this being burdensome for replacing windows and doing energy upgrades and emergency repair. But when I read the ordinance, it appears as if there is exception for that. So could you just comment on that? Am I reading it correctly?
If you're changing out like windows for like windows, those do not need to go back to the commission for review. Same with a roofing permit. But those are some of the permits now that staff has to review to make sure that they are like for like. If you're going to change out those features, those would have to go back to the commission.
Any other comment on that issue other than, yeah, you agree with Director Teague? All right. Too tired to talk? All right. Other questions from council members? Excuse me, or comments? Yes, Member Jackson.
So, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What's the approximate cost of the software that we need to, is the software we're getting connected just to this, or is it for the planning in general? But how much are we talking about?
It's for the whole building department, but perhaps Nate could comment. We're just in the beginning stages of interviewing different software providers, but
just kind of ballpark.
So Nate Borwood, Chief Building Official. At this time, we don't yet have a cost. We're exploring which software what options are available that would best suit us, and then we will search out pricing on those products.
Could you give us $100,000, $1,000?
We're not even to that point yet,
not even a ballpark.
Not yet, because currently our software that we are using through Logis, they're sunsetting that product, so we're on the very front end of exploring the products that are out there.
So this is an expensive.
So this software replacement is not directly related to this. This is something that will be needed because the current permitting software we use citywide for building permits is sunsetting in the coming years.
Okay, that's extremely helpful. Thank you.
All right. Member Pierce, anything?
Nothing from me.
All right, me either. Is there a motion to approve ordinance number 2024? Let me, before we go there, did anybody want to make a comment? No. Okay. Well, good to know you can still talk. All right. Is there a motion to approve ordinance 2024-06 amendment concerning the Heritage Preservation Commission and Edina Heritage Landmarks and waive second reading of that ordinance and adopt resolution 2024-77, which would approve an update to the Country Club plan of treatment effective January 1, 2026?
So moved.
Second.
All right. We'll take Member Pierce off the hook. Member Jackson moves. Member Risser seconds the adoption of the motion to approve ordinance 2024-06 amendments concerning the Heritage Preservation Commission and Edina Heritage Landmarks and waive second reading and approve resolution 2024-77, which approves an update to the Country Club plan of treatment effective January 1, 2026. Any further discussion?
Just real briefly, I want to say a profound thank you. It took hours and hours of work, so including tonight. So thank you.
Hold that thought. We'll vote, and then you can give them a big shout out too.
Okay.
Before they bolt out of here. And that's why you did it, isn't it? Before they knew they wanted to stay for the vote. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right. Thank you so much for this. Yeah, it was really quite some extraordinary work that was done here. So thank you. Hope you get a good night's sleep.
Yes, you will. Thank you.
All right, we've got one more matter in the main body of the agenda, and that's Director Teague has this matter for us, and that involves 7235 France Avenue.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this is second reading of the ordinance that you approved on first reading with the Macy's project from a couple of weeks ago. There have been no changes to the ordinance, so we would recommend that you adopt the ordinance on second reading.
Okay. Questions from council members? All right. Is there a motion to approve ordinance 2024-07 establishing PUD 25 at 7325 France Avenue and grant second reading?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Pierce to adopt ordinance number 2024-07 establishing PUD 25 at 7325 France Avenue and granting second reading. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The motion is approved. Motion's, yeah, thank you. All right. Manager Neal, any comments?
None tonight.
Council comments? Member Risser?
No, but were we going to talk about that sidewalk? Or did we decide? We decided not to.
No, we're going to have a work
Okay.
session. We're going to have a work
Great.
session on
Okay,
this
got
sidewalk.
it. Okay. Real quick, just the road is going in. We have the underlay in our neighborhood, and it was sort of magical watching that asphalt go down and be rolled out. And at least on my block, people just kind of saw it as magical. And so I just thought I'd talk about that. And you could see kids, after it was okay to do it, on their little boards and whatnot, going up and down the street. It was great. Yeah. So that's all I have.
Good.
Member Jackson.
Well, I did a little quick math here, and if we keep our budget at $54 million for the next 25 years, the money accrued, or the money spent, will be $1,350 million. So I want to compare that to the 80 million, not 1 year of data versus 25 years of data, just to put things into perspective. So, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Member Pierce?
Just a shout out to the police open house. That was extremely fun. I convinced Steph, my wife, to come, and I'm sure she's asleep now, but I'll have to play this clip back to her tomorrow. But when I asked her to go, she was like, well, sure, I'll go, but we're leaving when I'm ready to leave. We're not going to be there all evening. And I think she spent 30 minutes with the SWAT guys. And she just had this look on her face. She learned a lot. She didn't want to leave. And so she's walking around talking to people, and she said she didn't realize that that event was as big and comprehensive as it is. And so I think you guys did an awesome job, and I enjoyed it as well. And so if you missed it this year, you can catch it next year, but put it on your calendar when it comes out. Thank you.
That open house was the first chance to use the new street. We were all out there walking around on the new street, and kids were having a wonderful time. I think I had the 700th hot dog. I think they did make 700 hot dogs. It was a pretty extraordinary night, as James says. And then, again, a reminder, Restaurant Week. Get down there and support those 50th and France restaurateurs, maybe once or twice at least. And wish them the best down there. That's it for me. I guess we got an MLC meeting tomorrow. We've got Keith Ellison and Peggy Flanagan coming to the meeting, which is kind of an all-star lineup. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
And a motion by who else? Member Jackson.
I'm ready
Second
to
by
go.
Member Pierce to adjourn this meeting of the City Council. It is still October 1st, 2024, but barely. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adjournment say aye. 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 Opposed? Carried. Stand adjourned.